2024 City Council Work Session Meeting. Our meetings are public and you're welcome to join us in person or by watching from the Council's agenda page, Zoom, Facebook, YouTube, or SLC TV. We hope you'll continue to join us in whichever manner you feel most comfortable. This is a work session meeting during which there is no public comment. Please join us tonight during our 7 p.m. formal meeting to share your comments. We, of course, welcome your feedback anytime by mail to P.O. Box 145476, Salt Lake City, Utah, 84114-5476, by email at council.comments@slcgov.com, or via our 24-hour phone comment line 801-535-7654. Comments we receive on agenda topics are shared with council members and posted to our website, slccouncil.com. We'll now begin our work session. The first item on the agenda is an informational update from the administration. Alicia de Leon is here from the Community Liaisons, and Andrew Johnston, Director of Homeless Policy and Outreach. I'll turn the time over to you.
Greetings, respected council members and city staff and audience. My name is Alicia de Leon, and I am the Mayor's Community Liaison to Districts 2 and 3. Next slide, please. Next slide, please. Thank you. So as a reminder, we encourage you to visit our city's webpage to provide feedback on a list of projects in your neighborhood. To start off, the Planning Division is working on a new small area plan covering the blocks adjacent to 300 West, approximately between 100 South, which is around 900 South and Ramp I-15, and 21 South. Based on public input, the project team has completed a final draft plan and is seeking additional input before taking the plan through the city's adoption process. Please visit the draft plan webpage to access a copy of the plan. The Commission expects to provide a formal recommendation in September. Next slide. The Planning Division has 3 upcoming public events to discuss the proposals specific to mixed-use zones. The first open house is scheduled for September 4th, and 2 walking tours to provide the public an opportunity to learn about the proposal and ask questions. Next slide. Glendale Regional Park is anticipated to open to the public in the summer of 2025. A contractor has been selected and construction of Phase 1 is expected to begin September 3rd. The construction of Phase 1 includes an all ages and all abilities playground with assistive technology, a full basketball court, shaded canopies, and much more. This morning, I joined Public Land Civic Engagement Specialist Minerva and her team to distribute a bilingual flyer. It's the one that you see on the slide, to inform neighbors of the upcoming work in the area. Next slide, please. Public Lands will begin community engagement to present the concept designs of Richmond Park and Topher Park. On September 7th, Public Lands will be at the Downtown Farmers Market to chat with residents about the park's future potential and collect feedback on the designs. An open house will also take place at the city's Central City Recreation Center from 5:30 to 7:30. For residents who are unable to attend the in-person events to provide their input, an online survey will be available. Please visit the corresponding website for Richmond and Topher Park. Next slide, please. After December's open house in 2023, where the unveiling of the initial concept of Allen Park was shared, Public Lands has made updates to this plan to reflect the valuable feedback they received. The project team completed a final draft of the Allen Park Adaptive Reuse and Management Plan. The plan includes opportunities for education and passive recreation, alongside efforts to revitalize the stream corridor and restore key historical significant structures on the property. Constituents are encouraged to explore the updated design and the final draft of the plan document on the website. Next slide, please. There are many exciting events happening in the next 2 weeks that are ACE funded. You definitely don't want to miss out on the Downtown Farmers Market on Saturdays And you have the opportunity to check out 3 different community events on September 7th. Next slide.
Afternoon, council members. We have one slide today and then a few updates as well that are not on the slide. You can see still high utilization of the resource centers, same as last time we met, I believe, 99%. Encampment impact mitigation work is going to be happening primarily along 200 South in the next week from 7th West, the I-215. And then the rapid intervention team will be on the Jordan River Trail, mostly 6 South to Modesto, but then also on the 9 Line, Peace Labyrinth, and Liberty Park areas. And then a resource fair on the 13th here at Library Square in the morning. Updates on Micro Shelter Community Move. We have talked about that they should be open by October. If you're over on 7th West, you'll see construction happening by the state. They are moving along quite rapidly on that plan. They've met a couple times with the neighbors over there as well for community impact and making sure that they have information.
Is that still 50 beds? And
It is still 50 beds for planned.
And are they any residential? It's all business neighbors over at that site, correct?
To my knowledge, on 7th West, yes. Yeah. They've been very helpful. We've had a couple open houses in there at the architect's firm as well, so it's been good for them to have that input for the state and hear their impact needs as well. The winter shelter plans are moving forward as well. The deadline for submission to the state happened on August 1st. They reviewed the plans and are currently working, the Office of Homeless Services, the state, is working with the winter task force here in Salt Lake County to ensure we have all the beds that are identified needed. So 900 overnight beds, or 24/7 beds ideally, and another 100 beds for Code Blue Nights. That's still the goal, and they're working towards getting that done in the next 7 to 8 weeks by mid-October. We have maintained the St. Vincent de Paul has been open every night all through the summer still, so that will not necessarily be the same schedule. They'll just continue operations into the wintertime. And then the resource centers obviously are continuing functioning, as well as the West Valley facility has been open since last winter, which has been a big help. I will say that we have had, in summertime, we do have an increase in street activity in a variety of ways, and that's pretty typical every summer. We've been addressing as best we can, and really overall citywide, we've had a decrease in the number of large encampments and actually total encampments, but because they may be more dispersed, more people may be feeling it or seeing it in certain areas. And so we are trying to address that quickly, so we recommend still using the app, letting us know if you see something from the public, and how we can address that more promptly, both from a cleaning perspective and also for a research outreach perspective as well. Are there any other questions maybe from council members?
Councilmember Young?
Thank you, Andrew. So you've been incredible in terms of working with some of the constituents in District 7. I'm wondering if, just for the good of the group, you'd be willing to just share what makes it illegal in terms of camping? Like, when we say camping, what does that entail, as opposed to just being in a public park, which is certainly allowable by members of the public when the park is open?
Sure. I'm not a law enforcement professional or an attorney, but our ordinance for camping lays out that camping is really erecting a structure or having materials for the purpose of being there longer term, sleeping, setting up sort of temporary residence even. And so oftentimes it's the structure piece that's a big sign of a camp, right? It doesn't mean that people aren't walking around carrying a lot of stuff with them, carts and wagons, those kind of things, and going to, say, a park or trees and sleeping during the daytime. One of the things about experiencing unsheltered homelessness is oftentimes you're active in the night and you sleep a lot during the day. And so it's kind of inverted in a lot of ways. So when you see somebody in the public space sleeping, they may be sleeping and using a park in the way that we may think of as legal, as long as they're not setting up their structures. And so it gets difficult sometimes to say if they're in a park, but they're not setting up camps per se, or they're leaving by curfew, which we still enforce, they are following the law. Now, we still want to do our best to do outreach to them, provide resources, because nobody should be living outside long term. And so we do want to know about folks who are there in public spaces. We do want to send our outreach teams out. The police department is good about engaging and talking through the legalities of your camping or not camping, where you can go for help. and helping make sure that our parks are closed to the appropriate hour at night and open up in the mornings. But we do see a number of people who, even on Washington Square, spending the time during the day in the shade while it's hot, places where there may be bathrooms as well, like our parks and water, along with our outreach efforts. So it is a tricky balance to keep our public spaces public and also ensure that folks aren't using them for long-term camping or overnight shelter as much as we can help it.
Anyone else? All right, thank you both. With that, council, we'll turn our attention to item number 2, which is the fiscal year 24-25 budget for the capital improvement program follow-up. Ben Ludke, the council policy analyst, will be joining us at the table.
You should all have the latest version of the funding log. You know you have the right one if it's dated August 22nd in the lower left corner. And there are extra copies on the table if anybody needs one, including anyone in the audience. The updates that were discussed last time are shown in blue. So you will notice that the council's funding amounts are listed based on the funding scenario from last briefing, as well as several scope adjustments. Those are shown in the description column. There is still $595,000 that is not yet allocated to any of the projects. And the council is scheduled to vote on the funding tonight. Where we left off on the $595,000, there was a proposal to add any remaining funding to number 4, complete streets reconstruction. There was a proposal to add $100,000 to number 11, the safer crossings citywide, and that would bring the total funding for that project up to $400,000, which would be enough for a hawk signal. There's not a specific location. This is flexible funding to add pedestrian safety improvements where the transportation division sees the need. That could be standalone or in conjunction with other projects. There was a proposal for number 48. This is the Fayette Avenue improvements between Washington Street and 200 West. It currently has $80,000 only for design. So fully funding it would take another $480,000. There was discussion about number 53, the International Peace Gardens. And this one could also be partially or wholly funded using number 22, which is amplifying the Jordan River investment. That's $1.5 million proposed to be combined with funding from the Parks Bond. So you'll see in blue font in number 22, there is a council scope adjustment identifying the International Peace Gardens and the adjacent Fife wetlands as the first priority areas for that $1.5 million. If the council wanted to be more specific, you could identify the security fencing at the International Peace Gardens for number 22.
I just wanted to bring up to my colleagues, I know that Councilmember Pui was really interested in the security fencing. Certainly I'm supportive of that, and to Ben's recommendation, I think this is a great opportunity to describe and specify the funding for the security fencing.
Councilmember Pui, since this is a priority for you and in your district, could you speak to whether you find it necessary to preserve 53 or if the strategy through number 22 meets your needs?
Thank you, Madam Chair. We will have to allow my brain to be a little slow since I'm recovering from COVID right now. But certainly I like the idea of earmarking some of the money for the security fencing for the gardens. Is a big priority of the community, and I know it is very much of interest for the city to preserve all the improvements that we're making in there. So I'm very supportive of that on that funding. I I think that that is the right approach on that. And as far as as far as the shifting of the funding, I would like to hear what other council members have to say. I heard some other ideas on how to spread the peanut butter. We talked so much about spreading the peanut butter a little better across different projects, but certainly funding the security fencing for the gardens and additional funding for 5 reserve are high priority of my district.
Okay, so just confirming that I'm hearing correctly, putting our efforts into item number 22 with the specified earmark for security gate is okay for you and meets your needs?
That's correct, yes.
Okay. Does anyone, I don't feel like challenging the District 2 representative on that. Does anyone?
Madam Chair, no, I think that's what I understand to be the best path forward as well, but also with the additional indication that not just security fencing, but also the 5 wetlands are priorities for that funding in number 22.
Ben, you got all that?
I do.
Okay.
The one other project I've heard about is from Councilmember Lopez Chavez. It is $30,000, and this would be partial funding for the Harvey Milk Boulevard. It would specifically be for banner arms off of the street poles, where the poles would hold various signs. And this would not pay for the signs, it's just for the banner arms themselves.
And if I may add for my colleagues, the applicants, Equality Utah, Central Ninth, and other organizations have donors and continuous donating funds for those banner improvements as they need replacement. So there is continual funding, as well as what I'd like to see an exploration of is an SAA to help with this cultural neighborhood and to help us better understand what other types of projects can be implemented to help highlight Harvey Milk Boulevard and all it represents to our queer community in Salt Lake City.
Anyone else have feedback on that?
I'll just indicate that I'm supportive of this. I think I appreciate Councilmember Lopez Chavez for working on this item, and I think this is a small step to help bring some neighborhood identity into the corridor, but I think that there's a lot more work to be done, and I've had a lot of conversations with business owners and property owners that are interested in similar things, or maybe things that could be connected or combined, and so I'm excited to work with Councilmember Lopez Chavez and anyone else on that.
Madam Chair.
Hang on, Councilmember Wharton, then Councilmember Pui.
I'm also supportive of this, and thanks to Councilmember Lopez Chavez for doing the work to make sure that this was a priority for all of us. So I'm really excited about this.
Councilmember Pui?
As well, supportive and thankful to Councilmember Lopez Chavez and all of you before that worked on other neighborhood identity for the district. And I remember last year or the year before we discussed the painting of the crosswalks, and we couldn't make it happen at that moment. But there's a lot to do in that area, and I think that's a big first step. So thank you.
Okay, so that feels like it's got unanimous support.
So if there's majority support for the $30,000 for the Harvey Milk Boulevard, and previously there was majority support for fully funding number 48, the Fayette Avenue improvements, that would be $480,000 for Fayette, $30,000 for the Harvey Milk Boulevard. And that would leave $85,000. And I think this is where the safer crossings or the street reconstruction would take the remainder of the funding.
Yeah, number 11.
Either could do it.
Number 11 for the other additional,
Number 11?
yes, which is the crossings,
I also
safe crossings, yeah, number 11.
have a late entry. I'd like us to enhance the 1.5% for art, just because every conversation we've had recently has had art at the center of it, and so the demands on the Arts Council and their resourcing. So since it's not a huge amount of money, it's, you know, a fluff amount of money that's going to go towards something that already has it. I wouldn't hate if we considered enhancing the 1.5% for art instead, since there's significant full funding at the other one. Yes?
Councilmember, were you considering a certain amount, 10,000 allocated or half, or how did you want us to consider that?
I mean, 33,000 puts it, am I doing my math right?
Where-
43, sorry.
Which number are you on?
Number 80, the last one on the log. You know, I'd like to
That's
take
it.
it to 200,000, so that would be 33,000 out of it. It's not a hill I'm gonna die on, it's just something I want us to consider, and if anyone else has the same kind of impulse, I cannot avoid how many different places art has come up in our discussions recently, and it feels like it should get a little attention from us in our budget.
I'm okay with that.
If I may add, in speaking with Director Baca of Arts Council during the last sold-out concert of the Twilight series, we have a dire need of programming in Salt Lake City, which is a minimal amount for the programming that's desperately needed. So I'd be in favor of that split. I think that's fair.
Councilmember Pui, you have your hand up?
Sorry, I didn't remember to lower my hand.
Okay.
So, Chair,
Yes, sir.
you're looking to round it up to 200,000.
Yeah, so that would be 33 out of it, which would leave, according to my calculations, 52 to
I'm-
add.
I'm perfectly fine with adding it to 200, then the remainder going to the number 11, which is whatever that is.
Madam Chair, does that give, I guess this is a question for Ben, but does that give enough in number 11 to do a hawk?
It would be probably a little shy to do a hawk signal. It's
But number
right on the
11
border. But that's why we have the cost overrun account as well.
Okay, sounds good.
Yeah. So that, I'm in favor of how we just divided up the peanut butter sandwich.
So we'll bring number 80 up to 200,000, and that leaves 52,000 and change for number 11, safer crossings.
Okay.
And I think we would like a little further discussion on,
Number 33,
thank you, I was gonna say
Oh.
13.
that's the Green Loop implementation. I'm very supportive of this project. I would like us to consider a contingency plan, which according to staff, my understanding, we can approve the CIP funding today with the contingency on a public space management plan. That way we can better understand what safety would look like in the creation of the Green Loop and to better be transparent about that process. I've spoken to some of my colleagues, not all of you, about this, but that's something that I'd like us to consider just as we expand our green space and our urban canopy around the city. This specifically would be in 200 East, and then, of course, in the implementation that we see in 500 West.
Madam Chair, Ben, to the extent that such a plan would require funding to be created, is the language in CAP flexible enough that they could use that 3-point whatever to create that management plan and then expend the rest?
I think it would be best to add the contingent language directly into the project description so that the funding could be used for that plan. And I'd want to work with the attorney's office if that language as a contingent appropriation should also go in the adoption resolution. We often place those in adoption ordinances for budgets, and we might want to do the same for the resolution.
Because I'm supportive of what Councilmember Lopez Chavez is saying. I just don't want to put a requirement on the administration without funding and then a whole bunch of funding that they can't use until they fill that. So I want to make sure that this money could be used to create that plan.
Noted.
Yeah, I'm supportive of that recommendation.
Okay.
I'm also supportive. Anyone else?
So,
Do we need to straw poll that to,
nope, I'm hearing majority support, and that would have CIP balanced for the vote tonight. I'll get an updated funding log for all of you and a post for the public, and check in with the attorney's office about updating the resolution.
thank you so much. All right. Council, I think we did it. I think we made it all the way through CIP. It only took like 97 briefings. Awesome. All right, thank you, Ben. With that, We will move on to the ordinance for the Sports, Entertainment, Culture, and Convention District text amendments. We're inviting Nick Tarbett, Council Policy Analyst, Michaela Octay, Assistant Planning Director, Kelsey Lindquist, Planning Manager, and is Daniel with us today? All right. We're going to honor the work Daniel has done, even though he's not present.
Yeah.
All right, I'll turn the time over to you.
So this is a follow-up briefing from the last work session the council had on this item on the 13th of August, where you gave some policy direction on a number of straw polls. This is on for potential action tonight, so we just wanted to take a few minutes, step through them to make sure everybody understands what those changes were, make sure the council supports what was added, and then if there's any other outstanding questions, we could answer those. So I'll just step through the straw polls real quick if that works for you.
Yep.
Okay, the first one was pertaining to maximum building height and design review. The council supported a maximum building height of 600 feet, and any building that's 200 feet or taller would have to go through design review. There was a lot of discussion around this, whether or not it would be appropriate for a staff level review. The council had indicated support that through the discussions and the eventual development agreement that will be coming back to the council, that if those standards were nailed down and tight enough and you were comfortable with those, you may consider a staff level review in the future, but not at this time.
So are you asking for a straw poll on that, or are we just confirming that we're all still there?
That's what you had said, and
Okay.
so we're just reporting back on that's the change that was put in the ordinance.
And I just want to reiterate to the general public, if the current process, this design review by the Planning Commission comes back to the council, and it would continue coming back to the council unless we feel that we're confident of the development agreement process. But the normal process comes back to the council for that final approval.
Not on design review. Sorry. Design review goes to the Planning Commission for approval. What the council would do is review the development agreement, and that would go through the public process, and that would go to the Planning Commission for review, and then to the council for approval.
So it comes back, that the design review is coming back to us for final.
I guess the standards of the design review,
Yes.
what would be included in that,
Yeah,
yes.
the standard for the design review comes back to us.
Yes.
But if it's,
Design reviews, not us.
say that one more time.
The actual approval of the design review is not us. So sorry, Madam Chair,
Yeah.
may I? So we have to approve the development agreement. The development agreement is I think what we've indicated is that we're hoping that there's enough teeth, maybe too negative of a term, but enough specificity in the development agreement that we're okay with administrative review that SEG has asked for. If not, our only option is to say that Planning Commission needs to review the design review. City Council never reviews the design review. So the options that we have on the table for us once we get to the development agreement stage are leave it as the process normally would be, ask Planning Commission to review it. They would have the final decision on that. Or say that administrative review is okay because we have the development agreement with enough specificity. I'm hopeful that that's what we can get to, but I just want to see the development agreement before I give up that one additional step of design review.
Okay.
Okay, thank you. The next one was allowing exceeding the established maximum front yard setback for the purpose of adding plazas. Council was supportive of that. That's been included. The next one was setbacks from adjacent properties, such as the example was the Japanese Church of Christ. Staff's recommendation was address that through the development agreement. The council supported that, so that is not included in the ordinance. And then finally, sign regulation standards. The council supported what planning staff had proposed in the draft ordinance. And that included reciprocity within the blocks. So if you recall, we're expanding the Delta Center sign overlay to these other 3 blocks. And then you would allow the reciprocity of signage between. Now, I do know there's some questions that have been raised about who determine what goes on the signs, or like regulating the content. Our understanding is some of that can be addressed through the development agreement and talking with SEG. But I think a main concern we heard was, say, what would be advertised at a Bravenel Hall. My understanding is a Bravenel Hall would maintain those signs that would be there, so they would be able to dictate what could go there.
And there's no plans to put one there. It's a
No.
hypothetical protection.
Yeah, I think there was just some concerns that there'd be a sign for, say, a sports thing at the Bravenel Hall, and who has control over those signage in each of the different zones, sports, entertainment, culture, and convention. So,
Yeah, I heard objection to Jersey Mike's too.
so
Yeah.
yeah.
And again, the specificity can be addressed through the development agreement,
Right.
which will have a public process including planning commission recommendation and ultimate council review and approval.
Thank you.
So those were the changes that were included in the draft ordinance. Do you have any other questions or any other concerns you have? Otherwise, it's on for potential action tonight.
Anyone? So the responsiveness to concerns we heard raised would be us in this ordinance. Like redlining certain places where signs could not go? Is that what is a potential?
Could you say that again? I'm sorry.
So in response to some of the issues we heard raised at comments session last time, is there an option to redline particular areas of the district? It feels so hard because we don't have a plan for the district and, you know, where things are going to go ultimately. But
In this ordinance, no, there's nothing that does that. But I think
in the development agreement, would we be able to reserve the right to, in the future, pending actual site plans, to eliminate the possibility of a sign in a certain location? Or is this our only bite at the apple for sign placement?
I would look to the attorneys potentially, or Michaela.
I would say that you would be able to do that
So
in the future.
in the development agreement, we could preserve the right to actually talk about sign placement and have a final, that to me feels like a better, I don't want to necessarily, like, I'm sensitive to the comments and I don't want to disregard them, but I also feel like it might be cutting our nose off to spite our face to make decisions right now when there are so many moving parts that are in other people's control. Councilwoman Young?
Yeah, so I agree, Council Chair Petro. I do think that there's still questions related to size, scope, lighting, and some of the other big questions related to signs. But I think for me, it's about being able to address that more explicitly in a development agreement, as opposed to trying to tailor an ordinance that recognizes that we have very different sign needs when it comes to the Delta Center block proper and the 2 blocks subsequent to that. So I
Yeah.
support your process.
Okay. Thanks, sorry, I just needed to walk
No,
through that.
perfect. I think that's all from us, unless you guys have anything.
Nothing to add.
That feels just deceptively not difficult. I'm worried there's a landmine somewhere for us. We'll hear it tonight at the hearing, so. Thank you all so much for your work. All right, council, with that, we will move on to an informational briefing for the R1 zoning district study. We're going to ask Nick Tarbett to stay at the table. Were you not planning on it, Nick? I mean, we can turn it over to the other Nick. And Nick Norris, Planning Director.
Thank you. While the presentation is loading, I'm just going to go ahead and start in the interest of time. But this is a update on a request from the City Council from last year, where the council asked us, can you go to the next slide, please, to do a couple of things in terms of our R1 zoning district. And those are all outlined on the screen here. But ultimately, it was a request to provide options to housing within the R1 zones. And then a second piece of it was on major streets to consider methods for increasing residential density and mixed-use development. Next slide. blanketing all of that was consider city policies in a number of adopted documents thriving in place, consider future land use and water planning, public transportation, walkability, and historic preservation. Next slides. So the study starts with the history of the R1 zoning in the city, and so we're going to review that starting with the first, if you can go to the next slide, with the 1927 was the first citywide zoning map and zoning code in the city. So prior to that, the city had adopted some zoning regulations. They were very location specific. For example, I think it was in like 1918 or something like that, the city council adopted a regulation that prohibited industrial uses on 1100 East. So that's how we initially handled zoning as a city. So in 1927, we adopted our first comprehensive citywide zoning. There were, I think, 6 zones in the city. The zoning code was 27 pages long or something like that. So the key area here are the areas highlighted in orange. This was the residential A zone. So this allowed the uses you can see here. But I also want to draw attention to everything that's not highlighted in orange. So everywhere else you could build apartments, different types of housing, basically anything you wanted, usually with some commercial uses mixed in. So for reference, towards the top of the screen, that orange area up on the upper right side is the upper avenues. I believe that's about 7th or 8th Ave. To the right of that is the Federal Heights neighborhood. In the southern part, the bottom right side of the map, that's basically the quadrant that is bound by Liberty Park. So everything south and east of there was the A zone. And then you could see some areas that was also zoned A to the bottom left. One thing you'll notice, there's not a lot of things in there. So that was an undeveloped part of the city at the time. And then, ironically enough, towards the upper left, that's actually where the airport sits now. So, next slide. So by 1948, the first exclusive single-family residential district was adopted in the city. You can see it highlighted in yellow right here. That was the Federal Heights neighborhood. It was called residential AA. Everything else essentially was the same. Next slide. By 1958, this is when we had our first R1 zone. So again, this was mostly the Federal Heights neighborhood highlighted in yellow on this map. And then the upper avenues where on this map you can start to see a few streets platted. I don't know if they were constructed yet at this time, but that's about 13th Ave. So everything east of there, including into the foothills, which are now protected areas. Next slide. By 1994, you can see the R1 zone had expanded to include areas east of Foothill, some portions in the Glendale neighborhood, and then a small strip west of Redwood Road in between Redwood and I-215. Next slide. 1995 was our last comprehensive update of our zoning code, and you can see everything highlighted in the various shades of yellow here, and then circled in red are areas that were newly added to the R1 zone. So this included most of the Poplar Grove, Glendale, Fair Park, Rose Park neighborhoods, and also most of the central city neighborhoods extending all the way up to the East Bench and including south into Sugar House. Most of that at the time was zoned R2, and that was all changed to R1. So the R2 zone allowed duplexes and twin homes. One of the things that is relevant about our prior zoning codes, and I think this disappeared starting in the 50s when the city adopted subdivision regulations, is that any legally existing lot that existed prior to the zoning which we had a good chunk of the city that had been subdivided by 1927, regardless of what the zone was, could have multifamily on it. And so that was a provision written into the 1927 code and carried up through the 50s. Next slide. So getting into the details of the study, you can go to the next slide as well. We started with just a simple consolidation. What happens if the R112, R17 zones became the R15 zone? These are the biggest benefit of it. It would be simplifying our zoning code. In order to build any new additional housing, it would only occur on lots that were at least 10,000 square feet in size, because that's the minimum lot size in the R15. You would also need at least 100 feet in width, because we have a minimum lot width of 50 feet in the R15 zone. So the most likely location for this would be on very large lots. Next slide. As we dig deeper into specific regulations, the first thing we're going to talk about is reducing the lot areas. These are the minimum lot sizes per dwelling. Next slide. The big takeaway from this is 35% of all the lots in the R1 zones don't meet the minimum lot area within the zone that they're located. So in the R1 12,000, 45% of all the lots are less than 12,000 square feet. In the R17, it's 43%, and then in the R15, it's down to 27%. One of the things that is included in our zoning code is that any residential zoned lot that does not meet the minimum lot size is allowed to utilize the R1 5000 zones. So even if you are in an R1 12,000 zone and your lot is 11,000 square feet, you get the benefit of using the R1 5000 zoning regulations. So essentially, to some degree, our code already has a provision in there that does consolidate some of those R1 zones. In the R112, it means that a property could technically be divided. In the others, it wouldn't meet the minimum lot area. We also looked at what it would take to make most of our lots complying in terms of lot area. That minimum lot size would have to go down to 2,000 square feet for 97% of the existing R1 lots to comply with the zoning regulation. So you can add those numbers up in that chart, and that's, I think, roughly about 34,000 lots. So whatever 3% of that is how many lots would be legally existing but under 2,000 square feet. One of the key things of all these discussions is that most of the lots in the city were created through a subdivision process. The exceptions to that really are in the avenues Capitol Hill and West Capitol Hill, where a lot of those lots were created just by legal description. That's important as you think about creating new lots, if anything were to change in the R1 zones, because it would be a subdivision amendment that somebody would have to go through to create a new lot. Next slide. So we created a chart, hopefully to help understand the various options, the impact it would have in terms of creating more housing, the level of controversy, the staff resource to actually carry it out and get it completed. And then I think that last column is simplify the code, but it's blocked, so I can't read it right now. But you can see that obviously no change means no change, right? That doesn't mean that it doesn't create controversy, because there are some people out there who want to see the lot sizes change, and not doing anything would obviously create some controversy. Consolidating the zones, so they're all 5,000 square feet minimum, likely doesn't produce a noticeable impact in the housing supply in the city. And then that increases as you go down, all the way down to completely eliminating the minimum lot size, which would have the highest impact on housing, also be the most controversial aspect of all this. Next slide. The next piece of this is reducing lot widths. Lot widths are also a key factor, and we're going to get into a little bit of history about our lot widths here. Next slide. We all know that the city was platted based on the Plat of Zion. And not surprisingly, all of the lots that followed that were also based on that. And so in the 1800s, using rods and chains were a very common way of measuring lots. The Plat of Zion used the term perch, which equals a rod. And so you can look through those numbers on there and you can see where we start to get our block layout and street layout of the city with the 60, the streets being anywhere from 1 to 2 chains wide, and our blocks being a furlong, which was 10 chains, 660 feet. This was used really, it started going away in the 1950s, although it was eliminated, it started to be phased out just from preference in the early 1900s. But one of the lasting pieces of this is the number of lots that we have that are based on that 16.5-foot wide, a rod or a perch. So a lot of our lots in the R1 5000 zone, for example, are 49.5 feet wide. That's because people would purchase 3 of those lengths when they were purchasing those properties, and that's how it was created. In the sometime in the 1900s, that just changed to a basic 25-foot measurement. Same types of things happened. But the bottom line is, because of the history of how lots are laid out, we don't really have a standard reason for why we have the lot widths we do. Some that were platted after the 1920s were all based on 25-foot measurements. Prior to that, they were different measurements. And then in the table, you can see the lot requirements are really based off of that 25-foot increments, with the exception of R112, which threw out a random 80 feet for some reason, which we can't find the basis for. Next slide. So with this option, again, this is pretty similar, reducing the minimum lot widths to something that is more, addresses most of the lot widths in the city. Does make it a little bit easier to subdivide existing lots. It probably has a small impact though, because depending on what that number is set at. Eliminating minimum lot widths would have the biggest impact. And towards the end of this presentation, we'll go through some examples. Next slide. The next thing we looked at were flag lots. You can go to the next slide. The flag lot well, let's start with what a flag lot is. So basically a flag lot is a lot that is behind another lot that has a narrow strip that goes out to the street. So this is an image from our zoning code that explains that. It's pretty self-explanatory. It looks like a flag. Next slide. Our flag lot regulations essentially have eliminated the creation of flag lots in the city. We have done very few of these. Over the past 15 years, I think we've done maybe 2. And you can see why, because of the total area required. So not only does the lot with the street frontage have to meet the minimum lot size, the flag lot has to be at least 1.5 times the minimum lot size. So you can see in the R1 5000 zone, you would need 12,500 square feet, all the way up to 30,000 square feet in the R112 to create a flag lot. Next slide. Again, with these options, there's very low likelihood that we're going to start seeing a bunch of flag lots. However, there is an option that could increase that, and that would be eliminating the pole portion of the flag lot altogether. If you go to the next slide, we can talk about. So this essentially would allow lots without street frontage, but still require some sort of an easement for access, utilities, etc., out to whether they're usually in the street. Occasionally they're in an alley, but not very often. So this could be a way to create small homes, starter homes. It would mean that we'd have to reduce the minimum lot size, but it also means that potentially somebody could subdivide off a detached ADU or even an attached ADU if through the condominium process. So those would be the most likely ways for flag lot regulations to create.
Can I ask?
Yeah.
Would that It feels like the ADU separating off, would that have implications for utilities? Like, I'm assuming
Could.
the ADU would have to be attached to the main line, not to the house line.
So that's going to be a situational
Yeah.
requirement. So, for example, in a condo building, there's one utility connection for the water and sewer, and then they can sub-meter it. So that would likely be
Okay.
something that,
Okay.
that could, yeah. Next slide. The other, I think this was the last piece, was allowing attached housing in the R1 zone. So if you could move to advance to the next slide, please. So attached housing in the R1 zones, this map shows where attached housing is allowed. In the reddish areas, the two-family houses, so duplex or twin homes in the blue areas, and then the rest is in single-family zones. So one of the things to keep in mind about those areas in red and some of the areas in blue is that those are also commercial zones. And so the small-scale housing is competing with multifamily for the same land. The small-scale housing will almost always lose out, which means we're not seeing what's often called the missing middle housing being built. Next slide. So as far as this options, really you could update the R1 zones to allow the use. That would require also considering specific regulations for those uses. Minimum lot areas would have to change, probably lot widths, et cetera. The other option is actually considering eliminating the R1 zones and replacing it with a zone that already allows that. The benefit of that is that those zones already allow a variety of housing, and it's a zoning map change instead of coming up with new rules, and so we have an idea of what works and what doesn't in those zones. Next slide. I already kind of covered this, but we can just move to the next slide. So these are some examples of what that might look like. So if you could forward the slide, that'd be great. So this is what happens if we just simply reduce the minimum lot size in the R1 zones to 3,000 square feet, reduce setbacks, and eliminated the lot coverage. And this chart explains why, but the outcomes here is that there is an increase in the opportunity for small lot homes. Smaller yards mean less outdoor water use, which has its benefits as well, and an increase in new residents within existing neighborhoods. One of the key things I want to point out is the buildable area. So this is the third row after the heading row. You can see the buildable area that's available after you take out setbacks in each of these zones. So they go from R112 on the left down to what would be an R1 3000, and the row right behind that. So each of the R1 zones have a maximum lot coverage as well. That's how much of the lot can be covered by buildings. And you can see that there is buildable area that is not allowed because of the maximum lot coverage, and that amount decreases as you decrease in lot size from a high of 2,300 additional square feet in the R112 down to about 260 square feet of buildable area in the R1 5000. In this theoretical R1 3000 zone, you can see that there would not be a maximum lot coverage because the setbacks basically account for a little more than 50% of the lot. Next slide. If this is another theoretical from an existing lot, I believe this is in the Liberty Wells neighborhood, yeah. So you can see the lot size. This assumes that the minimum lot width and lot area has been reduced. Again, the key takeaway here is the buildable area. So using the SR3 regulations, there's a buildable area footprint size of 1,161 square feet. Whereas if you didn't change anything else in the R1 zone but allowed these to be subdivided into small lots, you'd only have the 446 square feet of buildable area. That's probably not feasible to produce a house. Next slide. Here's an example of a built project in Salt Lake City that used the FBUN1 zone. So this is a form-based zone that allows up to townhomes. The left-hand column is what could be built if you just applied the rules. The middle column is an actual project, which is shown in the picture, and then the right is what would happen with this same lot if it was zoned R1 5000. The takeaway here is that this zone would allow up to 4 homes on the same size lot, where the R15 would only allow 1. And you can see that in this model, or in this project, what was built didn't even max out their buildable area. So once they applied the setbacks and things like that, they still were a little bit under. And they actually had more open space than what the code requires as well. Next slide. This is another project a block away. You can see on the picture on the right, it was a single family home with a large lot. We don't know if at one point in time there was a home on that property, and it, for whatever reason, went away and was incorporated into the yard. But this was one lot, and it went through, utilizing the FBUN1 zone, went through a plan development to allow buildings without street frontage, and now there's 5 homes on this lot. So there's the second home in what was the side yard of the old home, which was preserved, and then 3 townhomes behind it. Next slide. So one of the things that we wanted to also bring up is in our research, we found a city that created a small lot infill, almost like an overlay. So it applied to the R1 zones, but it created an option for people to create small lots. And so these are some of the characteristics of that, that reduced the minimum lot size. It had smaller setbacks, things like that. Next slide. So this was from Durham, North Carolina, and they published a report. The link is in the study and also shown on the screen. The big takeaway here is that, so let me explain a little bit. In the areas where this small lot infill could occur, you could either follow the existing R1 rules, I think that's what they call them, or you could utilize this small lot option. The homes that were built, so they had, this was adopted in 2019. They had 215 small lot homes built, and you can see the median sales price on in the right column. So the small lot were roughly $257,000 less than what the typical lot was going for. And there were 4 times as many of the small lot homes built in areas of lower wealth compared to higher wealth neighborhoods. And so this is all in this report from the city of Durham that was published either earlier this year or last year. So they had about 4 years of time to analyze this. They had the benefit of friendlier financing terms for development. So that might be one reason why 215 homes is quite a bit. So anyway, we wanted to share that because we thought it was a very relevant example that isn't often talked about in planning publications and things like that.
Madam Chair. Nick, what strikes me about this example is the maximum dwelling size. I find that really interesting. Can you help me just think through that? My guess is that preserves affordability, because we're not, on a larger lot, you could theoretically make these new rules that allow you to build things, but if the lot is still larger, you're building a whole bunch of really big houses, and then they're not very affordable. It seems like that maximum dwelling size may actually be important in getting that small lot standard to be significantly less price point than a typical single family dwelling.
That's exactly right. Without that, somebody would completely maximize the square footage they could build, which is, one of the things that we're seeing in Utah, even in places where we are seeing smaller lot sizes. The smaller lot sizes is our R1 5,000 zone. But without that cap, you're still getting a 3,000 square foot home. One, that's not going to be affordable, and it's not going to be a starter home, which is, you know, what we're seeing is missing from that menu of ways that people can start creating generational wealth through owning a home.
Why that is just jumping out at me is I think the other thing we're seeing is that I'm hopeful that whatever we choose to do from this will help curb is that we're seeing smaller, older homes on large lots being demolished and one very, very large home being built in its place. And that's doing the opposite of what we wanted to do. But I also don't want to change an ordinance that allows one small home to be replaced with 4 large homes that are still not affordable. I'm intrigued by that. I don't know how it'll work in our context, but it seems like kind of key to what worked in North Carolina.
Is there any demographic data about, so Durham, North Carolina is where I was the only Spanish-speaking mental health case manager in the middle 2000s. And it is the residual, it's Raleigh-Durham because it's the residual effects of separate but equal Jim Crow law, urban planning, Raleigh being for white, black people being in Durham. So it had massive systemic negligence that could be seen in everything, including home ownership rates and things like this. Is there any data about who, so when it says 4 times as many were built in areas with lower wealth, love that, unless of course it displaced the people who used to live there.
Yeah.
Do we know anything about the data of who was eligible and able to buy it? I mean, 2019, a lot of gentrification had already happened there, but do we have any data about that?
I don't know, but we can certainly try to find out.
I would be really curious to look at that as well. Councilmember Dugan, did you have a comment?
Yeah, just the education side of the house. This is max dwelling size, but we also just use max lot coverage and then buildable area. What's the difference between these different terms here?
So max dwelling size is the total square footage of a home. The max lot coverage is the total coverage of all buildings. So that includes a home, a garage, a shed, anything basically with a roof that could occur on that property. I can't remember the other term that you threw out, but
Just the buildable area.
so the buildable area is the amount of land that you can build on after you take away or apply the setbacks. So the front, the side yards, and the rear yard. So
Okay.
that'll create a buildable area.
And so this is using the dwelling size, that could be 2 floors, or that could still just be, is that just single?
I don't know if this is footprint or not. We'd have to dig into Durham's code to verify that. Usually with small lot options, there's usually a max footprint size, and sometimes there is a max overall square footage too.
Okay.
So, yeah.
All right.
I
see
think this was the last slide.
Yeah, I see this
so.
is your last slide. So with that, council. So Nick, one of the questions I get from people all the time about reducing setbacks or reducing yards and everything is it's just surfaces that are just going to make the city hotter. There's less naturally occurring green space. How do we answer that in a context like this?
Well, it is true when you cover more of the land with buildings, then there is less raw permeable ground, right? There are methods to help achieve some of the same goals. If you recall when the city was considering and adopted changes to the landscaping code, one of the key things that we put in there is the tree coverage, because the tree coverage can help mitigate that, particularly those non-permeable surfaces. And you can see that even, when you walk downtown where there's a good tree canopy, it is noticeably cooler than when there's no shade. So that's one way. The trees also help absorb a lot more stormwater than other vegetation can. So there's that kind of offset. I don't know that we want to eliminate the option for green spaces, right? Allowing 100% lot coverage. I mean, even in our commercial zones, we're starting to see an increase in stormwater in our streets when we have, we're having bigger and more frequent summer thunderstorms and things like that. So we're seeing more widespread, localized street flooding with that. So there are methods to accomplish that.
Thank you. Is your microphone on?
Is the microphone on? Yeah. I had some answers to your questions about the
Can you
Durham
tell us
study.
your name?
I said Aaron Barlow, senior planner. A couple things happening here. First was the maximum footprint of a building was set at 800 square feet, and the maximum total floor area was 1,200, so that answers that. They did track demolitions along with, as the program moved along, and found that demolitions actually dropped during that time. There was a peak in 2019 for demolitions, and there was no correlation between the two that they could see in there. And they did see, because it was still in that affordability bracket that we talked about, but there's no, that's kind of the end of what I
Thank
got.
you so much for that. Thank you. Council.
Madam Chair?
Yes, sir.
I really appreciate, Nick, you presenting this to us. To me, this question is one of the most urgent and critical things for us to look at in terms of housing affordability in our city. You look at the map and the land mass that is currently zoned R1 is massive compared to what is zoned to allow multifamily. And I think what Nick said about the places where townhomes and duplexes are currently allowed in our city are also the places where office buildings and apartments are being allowed. So we're not going to see that missing middle housing being constructed because we've already given a higher and greater use in terms of dollar amount to the landowner than the missing middle house. So that's why we have no starter home. I mean, that's one of the reasons we have no starter home in the city. I think it's also critical to look at that history of it wasn't that long ago that there was no lot in the city that only allowed single family homes, and you see it started in Federal Heights and Upper Avenues, and that then slowly, and then in the 90s kind of quickly expanded to a larger part of the city. One thing that I was told, and please correct me if I'm wrong, but another piece of the historical context was that in the 1990s there was a lot of vacant properties that were, so we had the opposite issue with the housing at the time where there was a lot of vacancy and they didn't have enough places for people to move into, but there were still landlords that found that they could tear down a house and build multiple units and make more money, which would lead to more vacancy of single family homes. I don't know all the exact historical context, but I think it maybe made sense. I know I've lamented the 1995 downzone a lot, but I think maybe it made sense for the council at the time to do that because of the housing context that they were in. We're in just such a different housing context now that what made sense in the 1990s no longer makes sense. So I think it's really important for us to do something. So thank you for this study. It sounds like the ideas that, and I know a lot of them were kind of things that I came up with, like, oh, we should do this, won't really create a lot more housing. Just changing the minimum lot size, changing the minimum frontage, and changing flag lot standards. It sounds like from the analysis, that's not really going to make a big difference. What it looks like is did we look at the FBUN1, like replacing the R1 zones with FBUN1 and the SR zones? Is that sort of two options, or?
Yeah, so those are the two zones that seem to be the most relevant to most of our lot sizes.
And the SR zones are like lower avenues, right? Marmalade.
So we really looked at the SR3. The
SR3.
SR3 zone is mostly in kind of the general central city area, and it was created
Hit blocks.
To kind of mirror what was happening on the inner block streets, the small little streets. You know, when you go through a lot of these blocks, you'll find these little alleys, then suddenly there's 12 homes back there. That's what it was written for, was to try to mimic that historic pattern.
Do we have a idea of the difference between SR3 and FBU1 in terms of which would be better?
We haven't done that kind of
Haven't looked at
analysis
that.
yet, no. So we don't know. They're pretty similar.
Okay. I guess after looking at that Raleigh-Durham, I think before today, my thought was I was going to advocate for just going to FBU1 in all the R1 zones. Is there a scenario where we say, let's just change all the R1 zones to R1 5,000, leave it as is, maybe change the minimum lot width to 49.5 or whatever makes more sense for our lot sizes, but then allow a small lot ordinance that would be FBU11 with the addition of a maximum dwelling size. So you can either build under if you want to build more than 1,200 or 1,500 square foot dwellings, build under the current R15 zoning. But if you're willing to do smaller lots that would be smaller dwellings, which would be starter homes, then you have all these other rules that you can use. But if you're doing that, you can't build more than a 1,500 square foot or a 1,200 square foot dwelling. That's certainly an option. An option?
Yeah.
It feels like that would not be a simplification of the code.
Well,
but I don't regularly apply, so correct me if I'm wrong.
Well, I think the R1 zones are some of the more simple zones we have. Where we have issues in the R1 zones is that they have different ways that we measure height and averaging setbacks and things like that. That's where it becomes complicated for people, because to figure out your front yard setback, you have to measure the whole block face. Well, some places in the city, particularly some of the East Bench, some of the upper avenues, those block faces can be 1,800 feet long. That's a lot of homes. You have to go out. Technically, we're telling someone, go measure all of your neighbors' homes, get permission to go on their property to do it. Or we can give our best guess based on aerials, which is usually what we end up doing, because it's one, we can't say, well, you can't make a modification to your home because your neighbor 5 homes down won't let you on their property to measure their setback. So there's all kinds of issues with the averaging. We've had the averaging now for a long time, but it creates some issues.
I mean, I guess part of me thinks housing is a supply and demand issue, and more housing is always good. But if we can, with whatever change we agree on, say more housing, but more housing that is actually affordable,
Yes.
then that's, to me, even better. But it seems like we have to then limit the applicability of using whatever ordinance we create or change to create large properties. So there's like a balancing act, right? Like if we were to just say FBU1, you take a 12,000 square foot lot in Foothill area, and you get a whole bunch of multi-million-dollar homes out of that, and that's not necessarily. I mean, it's more homes, so it's more families that can live, but it's not necessarily creating affordability. So if we say, stick with the old rules if you want to build anything larger than X square footage, but if you're willing to do smaller houses, here's a whole new set of rules that aren't actually new. They're in our code, but we're going to apply the rules that happen in Central Ninth or Central City to the whole city if you're willing to limit the dwelling size. That seems like it may accomplish.
I think my goal aligns with you.
A lot.
Whatever gets us to missing middle, it's not just supply and demand, but it's supply of the thing that is missing, right? The free market has freely taken care of people who are living at 150% AMI and above. But the teachers living at 80% AMI have been left behind. So how do we use the tools to make sure that where the free market has turned a blind eye, we use policy to bolster? That, to me, feels like the best use of our time and energy. Councilwoman Young?
Yeah, so I think one of the other questions I have is also about the economic feasibility related to the policy change. So if we're going to make a policy change, I would just want to make sure we've done our due diligence in terms of understanding, like, just because we say you can doesn't mean it's what's incentivized from an economic standpoint, right? So if just because we say you could, build, townhomes or something like that here, but when it comes to a basic, pencil and paper budget of a developer, they're like, yeah, but I'm going to make 3 times that on a multi-million-dollar house. I think that that's where I'm trying to figure out the balance of, do we spend the time creating solutions that may not be market appropriate? And I don't know that, but I would be interested in that additional lens and point of view, just to be able to figure out, if we do make these changes, is it like Field of Dreams, they will build it, people will come? Or is it like, no, I'm sorry, there's still a better, return on my investment to build these mega mansions, and that's what you're going to get?
Yeah, there's definitely some truth to that. The biggest advantage that the small lot, small home type of approach creates is that it opens up individual property owners to be able to do that. And so that changes the economics quite a bit. And it's similar in California when they completely relaxed and started allowing 2 or 3 ADUs per property. That's where they saw the big, huge, 10,000 per year statewide. And I think Durham probably experienced something very similar with the small lot thing, is that it opened up these properties where maybe people had no intention of building a second home on their property, but they had this big lot where they could easily fit something, and then they found somebody with the capital to do it, and there was some exchange there, and so it changes. It's a different, I think, economic analysis for something like that versus somebody who wants to come in and try to fit 3 townhomes on a 50-foot wide lot. Like, that's going to be really hard. So.
I'd be interested in data on whether that incentivized the developers and faceless corporations to come in. I know when we wanted to consider removing the owner occupancy on ADUs, that was the core of the contention, was that it would incentivize developers to come in, take single family homes, and then reap the benefit. If we're gonna accidentally tiptoe into the same area and that's proven, I'd like to know it and be able to have that good faith discussion, whether the housing crisis or the equity to a homeowner is, what we're gonna prioritize here. But 10,000 units, how many of that was equity to a family that invested for generational purposes in real estate, and were they able to reinvest and protect the next generation? Or did they take a one-time payout and have to reinvest it all into rents that are astronomical, right? Like, I don't want to inadvertently perpetuate inequities with good intentions.
Sure. Yeah.
Councilman Morton?
Yeah, I largely agree with what Councilmember Petro and Councilmember Romano said, although I think I'm less trusting of I think it's probably true over time that more housing stock in general helps, but I don't think that is true in the immediate. So I don't want to make changes just to make them so that there's more houses. If those houses, and I think if there are more houses, but they're still not affordable, that tends to drive up the price of real estate in the area, and in the short term makes it less affordable. And the short term is what I'm most concerned about, because we're already making up for the deficit. And so I don't want to go that far. And a lot of this doesn't impact my district, but I'm not going to vote for something that there isn't some data that shows that this is going to add housing for teachers, police officers, people in those income brackets. It's for me, the juice isn't worth the squeeze if it's not for that missing middle. And I really would want to see the data for that.
Yeah, so the back of the study includes links to all kinds of studies and data and research on that exact thing.
Okay, great, yeah. And I will go through those in more detail too, because I don't want to have repeat the same discussion that we had about the ADUs and whether or not it makes it creating an opportunity for a corporate owner as opposed to an individual owner.
Madam Chair?
Yes, sir.
Okay, I threw out that idea, which the goal of, I should have maybe proposed, like, I don't see that we could go in and say, okay, now all R1 lots in the whole city, it's illegal to build a house over 1,500 square feet, right? Like, then larger family, like that just wouldn't work. So the goal of that, like, you can use this ordinance if it's bigger than that, and you can use this ordinance smaller, was to say that still is allowed, but we're encouraging the smaller lots. Is there a different way that we could do that? Like, maybe we say it's FBUN1 for any parcel, but only one dwelling could be bigger than X, and the rest have to be smaller than that, or?
Well, there's a way that, you know, you can allow the small lot, small home development, either with specific regulations, and that type of development's allowed in the R1 zones. You could do it as an overlay, so they still have their base things, so somebody could still come in and do whatever they want with their single family home that meets the code, right? So if they want to knock down a 1,400 square foot home and build a 3,000 square foot home and they can fit it, they could still do that. Where depending on how you insert it in the code, it could just be another allowed use essentially. So there's options, so it doesn't require it. But it's something that somebody could choose to do, just like in our form-based zones, you know, there's 5 different building types. You can pick and choose which ones you want to build, and then you just go build it.
And it's the same as with the affordable housing incentive.
Affordable housing incentives, the adaptive reuse incentives, all take that same approach.
Affordable housing incentives does not have a maximum dwelling size.
No.
Does it?
No.
Nope.
So the difference, I actually like that a lot, because I've been wondering how what we do here doesn't completely take out the idea of affordable housing incentives, but perhaps we allow, you can do a single family home, and then it's just what we've always allowed. You can do the affordable housing incentives, does not have a maximum dwelling size, but it has a maximum rent.
Right.
And then you could, I also do small home development or small dwelling development, which does have the maximum dwelling size, but doesn't have the limit on rent, which I could see more people wanting to do that than what I think people are, then the uptake might be on affordable housing incentives in R1 zones, because then you don't have to deal with how to income qualify your tenants. You don't have to deal with those restrictions, and you can sell them as single family homes. Is there any tool that could make it like, we don't have owner occupancy versus rental is just not something we separate in our code?
The only place we do that is with ADUs.
With ADUs.
Councilmember Dugan?
Yeah, thanks for this discussion. And you know, I've read through this a couple times, and it doesn't seem like it gets any easier when I read it. And like, okay, what are my options? How do I do this? And what am I looking for? And so I appreciate this conversation here, and I appreciate Councilmember Mono's perspective, because he's got a view on design and the zoning. When I go back to, I'm all in favor of figuring out how do we increase the missing middle and increase the density. But when I look at some of the smaller streets we have, the narrower streets, and when I get an email from saying, hey, you know, you can't even drive, you can barely get one car down the street in our current situation, when we add the smaller lots, how do we overcome that hurdle in some of the older neighborhoods with really narrow streets? And I know that's tough, because this isn't going to also happen overnight. This is going to be pointless across the board. I'm hearing from my residents, what are we going to do with my street, because it's already jam-packed with cars and you can't drive down it. So
the answer to that is also not liked, which is eliminate on-street parking. That's the solution. Right. And where that has happened in the city, it has not gone well.
Say that one more time.
It has not been well received.
Right. Because
I'll tell you, in Rose Park, where we have R1 zoning, we have Like my neighborhood, I regularly have to wait behind parked cars while someone else comes. Like, you just create an etiquette among you and your neighbors. It's not super efficient, but it's manageable. And I think there are behaviors that we're going to have to adopt as people who, the city just isn't small anymore, and it's not ever going back to small. So how do we
Ultimately, it comes down to what the priority of the city is. Is it to make sure that people can drive side by side down the street on residential streets? Or is it to make sure as many people as possible can live in the city? Because oftentimes those two things are going to conflict.
And I'll just one more second before it comes. I'm also, it's also, when you look at how many lots are already less than the minimum lot, 27% of it are 5,000, 43% of the are 7,000 are already below that threshold. So reducing it to that level, right there, puts them there in compliance and allows us to build more houses there, but not many.
Councilmember Mono?
I appreciate you bringing that concern up, though, Councilmember Dugan, because I have a lot of streets in my district that are very small and do have cars parked on both sides, and it's very difficult to pass. But I guess Nick brought up there's competing priorities, right? Is it trying to allow people to move quickly side by side through a street, or is it housing more people? But it's also parked cars on a narrower street as a traffic calming measure that leads to people driving slower. So I actually, to me, the inconvenience, just like we put speed bumps on a street to slow cars down, the inconvenience of having to swerve around a parked car slows people down, and we're putting a lot of money into slowing people down in other ways through speed bumps. So I actually, I hear that, but I feel the same towards when I hear those concerns about, it's just so hard to drive through my street because it's narrow. I feel the same as people that come to me and say, why did you put the speed bump in front of my house? I hate it. Well, it's because we don't want the kids to die, and we want the bicyclists to be able to be safe. And
so we're at the time that we allocated for this. If there's no, it's clear that we have another conversation about this. This is a policy in the making, and the work you've done has already been stellar. I will say, and I hope council chimes in if I'm off base here, it is a significant secondary priority. The first priority for me is that missing middle that we've all kind of talked about and trying to take care of it. But a really significant secondary one is simplifying the code so that we are using less staff time so that it's more approachable for constituents. So I do want to say that also is, and council, check me on that. Can we get thumbs if you agree? Okay. So there's enough of us that agree that you should know that that's a secondary priority. But with that, do you have something burning to say on this topic?
Just as a wrap up to our next discussion, I feel like listening to this, it does remind me in a good way about the ADU conversation, because I think that we all, for the most part, agree on what we want to see. I think we just are all over the place in terms of the best way to get there. It would be helpful to me, and maybe you feel that you've been explicit, if you could be more explicit about which option you think best meets what you've heard from this conversation going forward. Because I don't feel like I know still. And it's not because you haven't done a great job. It's that, like Dan said, it doesn't get clearer to me necessarily the more I read it. So I'm not sure which one is the best or which combination achieves what I think our shared goal is. And so I would love to have more of that in the next conversation.
The next conversation, not right now.
Yeah.
No, not right now.
Okay.
Next time.
So, yeah, I think, thank you for kind of pointing out our priorities as, yes, we want to figure out the missing middle, but we also want to simplify it. But I would maybe like to eat this elephant by saying, could you simplify it, and while you're simplifying it, you get a better understanding on how to figure out the missing middle. Because if simplifying is going to change a lot of this complexity, maybe that actually, in essence, helps us build more units in different ways, but also gives us a point where okay, now we've simplified it, how do we then get to the missing middle, instead of trying to tackle the missing middle, and that makes it really complicated, and you never get to the simplified it,
I think the other thing is for us to be rational about our expectations about zoning. Zoning is not going to create missing middle housing. What it's going to be is a tool in our tool belt that we pair with economic incentives, that we pair with, other sorts of, nonprofit wraparounds and things like that, right? And so For me, I think my goal is to eliminate barriers and to promote the possibility through zoning and not to expect the zone to create it. And Darren, you're the only one who does this professionally. So if I'm misappropriating what zoning it should be doing for us.
I think it's maybe a little of both. I mean, I think the Durham example sounds like it did create missing middle housing through zoning. So I think it can if we do it right.
Yeah.
But I think you're accurate that we are still going to need those ADU incentives that we've been talking about in the 9 line. We're still going to need all of those other programs that we've been talking about, those economic development tools.
With that, Nick, I'm going to invite you to sit where you are and to talk about something else that's really easy.
I'm actually going to take a seat and let the rest of the team have this presentation.
We get Kelsey and Chrissy. That's really exciting. And they're going to come talk to us about consolidating existing commercial and mixed-use zoning districts.
Okay, there we go. Hi, well, thank you for having us. So we're going to give a briefing today on the commercial and mixed-use zoning consolidation. I think this might be one of your first briefings, so we're going to keep it fairly high level, but feel free to jump in with any specific questions. Okay, next slide, please. So this proposal is to update the zoning ordinance and zoning map by consolidating up to 27 existing commercial, form-based, and mixed-use zoning districts into 6 new mixed-use zoning districts. For a few reasons. First is to support local businesses and residents by creating new mixed-use areas that will enhance neighborhood accessibility and walkability. This effort will also streamline zoning regulations by reducing the total number of regulations and will make the code more manageable for the city to administer, but also for the public to navigate and understand. And then to better align and implement the city's general plan, Plan Salt Lake, and the housing plan, Housing SLC. Next slide. And then what are we doing? So as I mentioned, the proposal consolidates the 27 zoning districts into 6 new zones. The new mixed-use districts will resemble the current ones, but will feature adjustments to setbacks, building height, lot coverage, permitted land uses, and related provisions. This will bring more mixed-use development scaled appropriately for each neighborhood to enhance walkability, accessibility, and placemaking. We are also updating the design standards. You'll see some new standards as well to better apply to those mixed-use zones. Next slide. And then a project summary. So here you can see the zones being consolidated and the new zones proposed. Generally, they are laid out by level of intensity. So MU2 is our least intense zone with approximately 2 stories, and then going all the way to MU11 with our most intense zone at 11 stories. The MU2 and MU3 zones will be new zones, but the other zones are repurposed from our existing zones. The MU5 and MU6 will utilize the FBUN2 zone with some changes, and the MU8 zone, which was recently adopted for the ballpark area. It will be expanded to include the current RMU residential mixed-use zone and several of our TSA zones. The MU11 uses the FBMU11, which was adopted for the fleet block, and will combine the CG, TSA, UCC, and the Sugar House Business District 1. And then I did want to note some things we aren't changing. So as you can see from that table, we don't have any R1 zones, no SR zones or FR zones. We're also not including the RMF districts or any of our downtown zones. You will see that one special purpose zone, the MU district, is included, but otherwise our special purpose zones are not touched. Next slide. So for keys to success. So as planning staff was developing this proposal, we had several overarching goals and keys to success. The first is that we wanted to ensure that we were maintaining existing property rights as much as possible, which sometimes results in an increase in development potential where appropriate. For example, some mixed-use zones will have an increase in building height or a reduction in setback requirements compared to current conditions. So as you can see on that table, it shows the MU2 zone, and you can see that the RB has a 30-foot height, where the SMB and CN have 25, and we erred on the side of going with 30 feet to not reduce that development potential in height. And then we also wanted to minimize creating new non-conforming buildings and non-conforming uses, and did a full analysis to make sure that we're keeping regulations that work, and then modifying regulations that maybe weren't working so well, like our ground floor use activation. We've attempted to refine that to make it work better and apply to all of these zones. Next slide. So there are a lot of associated modifications needed with these amendments to include and reference these new mixed-use zones. So I won't go over all of them, but approximately 30 different chapters will be modified. And it's really things like making sure we're referencing the right zone, deleting references that are no longer appropriate. So you can go to the next slide. There's more zones. As part of this process, we are also removing 4 of our overlay districts that will now be included in this mixed-use zone. So that includes the transitional overlay, the South State Street overlay, the M1 overlay, and then I'm missing one of them, the downtown Main Street overlay, which will now be included in these new mixed-use zones. Next slide. And then more. So you can see the full scope of all the changes that are necessary as part of this. Next slide, please. And then form-based zoning. So the regulations are proposed to follow a form-based zoning approach and are based on building type. So each mixed-use zone is organized by building type, which is cottage, row house, multifamily, mixed use, and storefront. And when I say mixed use, generally I mean vertical mixed use. And then each building type has specific regulations rather than all buildings having to meet the same standards. So when you see the code laid out, it's laid out by our lowest intensity zone or lowest intensity building types in a table. They have their own setbacks and such. And then it goes to another table with the higher intensity setbacks. And then next slide, please. And then while regular zoning has rules for building height, size, windows, and so forth, form-based zoning goes to the next level with a particular emphasis on how new development impacts and interacts with public spaces and the street and sidewalk. Form-based codes focus on 4 elements: placement of the building on the lot, how many buildings per lot, dimensions such as height and setbacks, components such as front porches, awnings, windows, and other features, and then connectivity and interaction with the street. And then next slide, please. So here you can see the map. The black is the areas that we're not touching, and then the zones are outlined in the different colors. You can generally see that MU5 is along our North Temple and 400 South corridor, along with MU6. MU3 is the orange color, and that's generally mapped over grocery stores, and then on the edges of commercial neighborhoods. MU2 is the yellow, and that's our smallest scale commercial that's really intended to be neighborhood serving. MU11 is the dark purple, and that you can see along the I-15 corridor from about 200 west over around I-15, and then as well as Sugar House. And then MU5 is along generally Redwood Road and State Street. And then there are, of course, other areas I'm missing. Next slide.
Thanks, Chrissy. So I'm going to just provide a brief overview of each of the districts that we're creating. So starting with MU2, this is the consolidation of the existing low-scale residential commercial zones. So this includes the RB, SNB, and the CN. These districts are often found within neighborhood commercial nodes. The new MU2 will keep relatively similar height allowances, and the new yard requirements will be based on building form, which will include residential, townhomes, mixed use, or storefront. Next slide, please. The MU3 is the consolidation of CB and RMU 35. The MU3 is found among neighborhoods with smaller scale buildings. The focus is promoting walkability by orienting buildings to the sidewalk and encouraging a mix of commercial and residential building types. These districts are slightly more intense than the consolidated districts for MU2, but still relatively low in scale. They are found among neighborhood commercial nodes, for example, near 1700 South and Richards. The new yard requirements will be based on building form, and we have eliminated the lot minimum requirements. It is important to note that staff is committed to reduce the displacement of existing local and small businesses within these existing neighborhood commercial nodes. With that said, we are requiring a commercial aspect to any redevelopment of an existing commercial building. For example, an existing commercial use cannot strictly be replaced with housing. There must be a commercial component to that project. Next slide, please. MU5 is the consolidation of FBUN2, which the lower height FBUN2, so lower than 65 feet. CC, CS, FBSE, MU, RMU 45, and TSA UNT. This district is also designed to provide places for people to live, work, and play within a close proximity. These are moderately scaled commercial districts. The height will extend to 55 feet, but is still dependent on building form. Again, the yard requirements are again dependent on building form, and we've eliminated the lot minimums. Next slide, please. MU6 is the consolidation of the higher scaled FBUN2, FBSE, CSHBD2, RO, TSA UCT, TSA SPT, and TSA MUECT. I know it's a lot of letters, but they mean something. The regulations for this district are based off of the existing FBUN2. This district does allow up to 65 feet in height dependent on building form. And again, no established lot minimums. Next slide, please. The MU8 district is consolidating the RMU, TSA UNC, TSA SPC, and TSA MUECC. This district permits up to 90 feet in height, depending on building form. Next slide, please. The MU11 consolidates CSHBD1, TSA UCC, and CG.
Thanks to that.
And the recently FBMU11. This district is designed to provide places for people to live, work, and play within a close proximity, and to promote commercial development in prime locations. The ground floor residential uses will be restricted in certain commercial nodes like Sugar House, 300 West, and 900 South. This district does build off of the existing FBMU11. The MU11 also allows up to 125 feet in height, depending on the building form. Additionally, this district in certain locations is allowed to increase up to 150 feet in height. This is in relation to the previously adopted Downtown Building Heights Amendment, which increased the height of the general commercial district to 150 feet within the granary area. Height of 155 feet can be achieved through utilizing the affordable housing incentives in this district. Next slide, please. Staff identified approximately 310 acres of light manufacturing zone property to be rezoned to MU3 or MU5. This property is primarily located in the West Side Plan area. Staff is taking this opportunity of this large rezoning consolidation project to implement aspects of the West Side Plan. This also helps to reduce future land use conflicts. Next slide, please. To integrate consistent requirements, staff is including mid-block walkway standards, allowances for buildings without street frontage, and some public infrastructure improvements, including sidewalks, curb gutter, and park strips. Next slide. We are also creating clarity and consistency with the application of required design standards. This includes clarification to the ground floor active uses, height, glass, and entries, clarity of durable material allowances, and building length allowances for street-facing elevations. Other items include parking garage standards, location for parking allowances, and access. Next slide. The land use table aspect of this project includes a new table for the proposed MU districts and amendments to several other tables to simplify allowed land uses. The MU2, 3, 5, 6, and 8 are relatively similar to the existing districts being consolidated. The main difference is the MU11, and it did pose the most challenges, and that's due to the existing CG district. There will be new non-conforming uses created as part of this project, and that's mostly in that CG zoned area. Additionally, we are taking the opportunity to clean up existing definitions. For example, we are deleting many of the retail uses and consolidating the definition to just be retail services or goods. We are also introducing a new land use called artisan production to accommodate small artisan business types of uses. Next slide.
So parking. So the way that Salt Lake City regulates parking is based on the number of parking spaces required is based on the specific use. So like single family residential, types of retail, manufacturing, etc. And the parking context, which is currently it's determined by the zoning district that the property is in. There are 4 different parking contexts, with general having the highest amounts of required parking, and then going all the way down to transit, which has the lowest parking requirements and often has no minimum parking requirement. For most MU zones, parking regulations will depend on the property's distance to a fixed rail station, and this is a change that's proposed through this mixed-use consolidation project. This approach would consider the varying needs across the city, across different areas of the city, some which are near transit and some which are not. The proposed zones MU5 through MU11 will have an assigned parking context based on the distance to transit, like I mentioned. So if located more than 3/4 of a mile from a fixed rail stop, the property would fall into the general parking context, while on the other end, if located a 1/4 mile from a fixed rail line, they would now fall into the transit context. The zoning requirements for the districts merging into MU2 and MU3 will stay the same. They will remain as the neighborhood context, and they won't depend on a distance to rail since those districts are already in the context. Next slide. And then this map generally shows those mapped out. So the purple is the transit context where they would have the lowest parking counts. The next one is the urban center in the blue, neighborhood center in yellow, and then general in the light gray. We would need to, verify each property in their context, but this gives an idea of where those lower parking requirements would fall in the purple and blue, and then the higher requirements would be in the yellow and the gray. Next slide, please. Oh, go.
Councilman Romano?
Can we go back to the last slide? So the way that this map is showing, is it basically radius from the fixed rail transit spot, and then if any part of your parcel is within that radius, then your whole parcel is within that parking context? Okay.
Yep. Next slide, please. And then next steps. So we are in the middle of our engagement period right now. We've had, and I'll go over this, but we've had several engagement events already. We do have our first public hearing with the Planning Commission scheduled on September 25th, and we anticipate going back to them again on October 23rd. And then we're hopeful for recommendation in October and then transmittal in November or December to you. Next slide. And then our engagement calendar. It's hard to read and there's lots on here, but we've already had one open house, and then we've had several walking tours that are spread out throughout the city. We do have an open house coming up next Wednesday from 4:30 to 6:30 at the Sorensen Unity Center. And then we have 2 more walking tours scheduled, one on September 9th and September 12th. Sorry, gotta keep it straight. So we have those upcoming, and then of course we will accept public comments throughout the process. Our website, we have a story map created for this project that you can find on slc.gov/planning, has an interactive map and a bunch of fact sheets and a lot of public information that can be accessed to help answer questions. And that concludes the presentation, and we're happy to answer questions.
Thank you. We're doing a West Side Council meeting in the middle of August, and if you want to come and table there with us, that should be great.
At least send us an invite.
Yeah. Councilmember Dugan.
Thanks, I appreciate that. We're consolidating 27 to 6, but we're also we're making it simpler to use, but we also had a great discussion about the missing middle, and how does this consolidation and the planning here affect any additional housing or missing middle portions of our zoning across the city?
Yeah, one way is that this is going to allow new housing types in zones that currently don't allow them. Like, for example, the CN zone doesn't allow single-family attached or townhomes. That would now be allowed. So essentially, it's just broadening the housing types that are allowed in each of those zones. That said, like Kelsey mentioned, there is, in at least our lower intensity zones, the MU2 and MU3, and then each zone also has a commercial requirement along key roads. So for example, certain sections of North Temple do require that there's commercial associated with those housing types, along with a lot of other streets.
Okay, wonderful. And the when there's a commercial need on the ground floor activation, so some of these zones will, just like the MU2, could only actually be 2 stories high, or the MU3 could only be 2 stories high because the commercial activation on the bottom floor. But if it was not single family homes, but residential, it could actually be 3 stories high. Is that still, am I reading things wrong here? Or?
No, sorry, Kelsey, if you're jumping in. So the building height, it's like I talked about, the way this is set up, it's more based on the building and the way it looks. And so within that 3 stories, they could have 3 stories of strict residential as long as it's in an area that's written in that allows that strict residential, or they could have the ground floor be commercial with the upper stories as residential.
Okay, thank you.
And I'll just clarify, so the MU2 and the MU3, they're slightly different than just the requiring the active ground floor uses, because we want to protect those existing local and small businesses like you see in 9th and 9th, 15th and 15th, 17th South. So we don't want to see those turn over into just townhomes or just a residential use. And so we are requiring any existing commercial use, if that property is redeveloped, they have to put a commercial use back into that property. So it could adjust that height just dependent on the form that they choose. Mm-hmm.
Thanks. Councilmember Dugan asked a good question, though. I think some of the zones require, actually, let me ask you the question. How many zones require a minimum ceiling height for the first floor? Is that required in all of them? Because then if you have commercial on the ground level, it reduces the number of residential levels you can put above if we have a minimum ceiling height of 14 or 15 feet.
Yeah, I get what you're saying now. And we do require that, and I'll have Kelsey, I don't know if it's on all of them or just some, but we do have that requirement somewhere, and it's 12 feet, but we'll double check.
That's something I'd be interested in just doing a little more analysis on, to make sure that doesn't, it's consistent as much as it can be throughout all of the MU zones, but B, that it doesn't inadvertently mean that an MU5 zone only allows 4 stories because we're requiring the higher ground floor height. So I would love for a little more information on that.
We did change it to 12 feet, and that is consistent across the board, but I want to see where we're requiring that in the district. So
we're past the time we allotted for this, so I'm fine doing a couple more questions, but let's keep them succinct, please. Did you have something, Councilwoman Young?
Yes. So I think my question is specific to MU11. I appreciate the sub box about why 125 related to that. I guess I'm just trying to match that with CG going up to 150. And I know one of the tenants was not losing property right. And so I'm just trying to figure out the approach there.
Yeah, and that's probably the area where we struggled the most with figuring out that height. And we did end up at that 125, which does result in that decrease in height in the CG. And then above 80, so in the MU11, above 85 feet requires design review up to 125. And, I think my answer is just really that we tried to find a balance between all those zones combined into MU11, and that was our most challenging zone to figure out how to mesh those very different zoning types.
I will have follow-ups on that, but I appreciate we're time, so thank you.
Thank you, Madam Chair. Two quick questions. I would like a little more information about what those artisan businesses are, and second, related to the height of the ceiling. It is my understanding that, for example, supermarkets or even the small grocery stores have a higher need for higher space. So I wonder if some of those rules might be hurting the chances of getting more markets of supermarkets in our area. Talking from an area that has food deserts, of course, and one of the concerns I heard from the industry is that the spaces available, not only because of size, but even for smaller markets, is the height that is too short for them.
All right, are we good?
Madam Chair, I'll be very fast. I just want to say this is really excellent work by our planning division, and when we asked you to do this work, or when before you started doing this, I couldn't imagine how you'd do it without hiring an outside consultant to do it. And the fact that you've done this all in-house, I'm very impressed, and I'm very excited for this. And I think this is what gets us to that point where I'll feel better saying no to one-off rezone requests, because we've really actually rezoned almost the exception of maybe a couple of the RMF zones. But I really feel like this is transformational and incredible work. So thank you so much.
All right, thank you all.
Thank you. And we'll follow up with some of those answers.
Thank you so much. With that, we will go to item number 6, the ordinance for text amendments to prohibit the demolition of dwelling units for parking uses. I'm going to ask Brian Fulmer, Council Policy Analyst, to join us, as well as Cassie Younger, Senior Planner.
Thank you, Madam Chair. This is a proposal from the administration to prohibit demolition of housing units to develop standalone parking facilities. It also prohibits demolition of dwellings to expand parking facilities if the result is a net loss of housing units. The proposal would allow expansion of residential and commercial developments to add units while increasing parking, provided there is no net loss of dwelling units. I'll turn it over to Cassie.
Thank you. Next slide, please. And the next one. Thanks. All right. This proposed amendment is a part of a series of ordinance changes that have been initiated from Thriving in Place that aim to prevent displacement throughout the city. The previous housing loss mitigation ordinance required a housing loss mitigation plan for certain parking uses, and this aims to replace that specific part of the ordinance and prevent housing from being lost when replaced with only parking uses. Next slide. And next. Thanks. The first part of this proposed text amendment would prohibit new standalone parking uses from being built if it included the demolition of a dwelling unit, and this includes commercial parking lots, park and ride lots, and parking structures. Next slide. The second part of this amendment states that the demolition of a dwelling unit is prohibited for the purpose of expanding or modifying a parking lot for an existing use unless the housing is replaced. This would stop the expansion of parking areas, but not new or residential commercial uses from being developed and providing the required parking. Next slide. These amendments aim to preserve our existing housing, to prevent displacement, and to prioritize housing over parking uses. Next slide. The Planning Commission forwarded a positive recommendation to the Council on February 28th of this year.
Thank you. As a point of clarification, on the first part of the ordinance, on the second part of the ordinance, you said it was prohibited unless the dwelling units were replaced. Is that also for the first one? So if it was a new parking use, if there were like 8 floors of parking that served as a park and ride and then 3 floors of housing above it, would that be acceptable?
The first part of it is really if it's just replaced with a solo parking use.
Okay, but if it's a mixed use and there's still a park and ride,
If those were the required, parking.
It wouldn't even trigger it.
okay, it just,
'cause
it was
you're
real
not-
explicit on the second part, but not on the first, so I just want to
Yeah.
confirm. Okay. Councilmember Dugan.
Thank you for this. My question about the housing has to be replaced. And my concern is that someone says, yep, we're going to replace the housing. And they get halfway through and they got, well, we don't really have enough money, or the timeline's too long, or yes, we're going to replace the housing. But is there a sunset where the housing has to be done by X amount of years from the time that they started pulling the permit or demolition?
Do you want me to? Yeah. They wouldn't be, I don't believe they'd be issued a building permit if replacing the housing wasn't incorporated into that project.
So they couldn't pull their permit to say, hey, we're gonna, well, whatever they do when they demolish something, they can't demolish it, and then they can. And is there a timeline for them to complete the project at that point? I mean, because there's sometimes these extended, but they've already just demolished the housing, but now their project is extended over 10 years, vice say 2 years.
Yeah, so their permit has to be active, and they have to be actively getting inspections, or it voids. And so, I mean, they would, in theory, I guess, to answer your question, can somebody carry on an active permit for that many years? Yes, but they'd have to be making progress towards closing that out.
And is there a fine, or if there's, because again, I'm like, okay, but the housing doesn't get built.
Yeah.
Is there a fine?
It'd be a violation of our zoning ordinance, so we could enforce.
Okay.
So in follow-up to that, just for my clarification, so in this scenario of, the demolished building has already occurred, we run into a scenario where for financial market reasons, they can't move the project forward. That property then transfers to a new owner. Is that new owner, like how is that communicated to the new owner that they still have to replace those units?
So with the community benefit ordinance, when you demolish a dwelling unit, that's recorded to the property, and it is recorded the number of bedrooms that unit has and the rent, and if that's above or below market value. So that is recorded on the title of the property, so that would be on file whenever that property is developed in the future.
Great, thank you.
Council, anything else? All right. Thank you. You guys are awesome. All right, council, we have a break scheduled now. I know I could use one. So let's return here at 4 p.m., please. We are going to move on to item number 8, an ordinance for a zoning map amendment at approximately 754 South State Street. Follow-up. Brian Fulmer, Council Policy Analyst, is here at the table to help us with this discussion.
Thank you, Madam Chair. I'll go through a little background just to refresh your memories. This is a proposal to amend the zoning map for parcels totaling approximately 9 acres on the former Sears department store site at approximately 754 South State Street from their current D2 or Downtown Support District zoning to D1, which is the Central Business District. Intermountain Health owns the property, and their stated intent is to construct an urban hospital on the site. Hospitals are currently not allowed in either the D1 or D2 zoning districts. The request also includes a text amendment that would include hospitals and ambulance services as conditional in the D1 zoning district. Council members have met with representatives from Intermountain Health to discuss potential ground floor activation uses that are intended to benefit the community along with hospital staff and visitors while providing services necessary for a hospital. Some of the proposed ground floor activation includes a minimum of 1 acre of open space, mid-block walkways through the property, a year-round food truck park, food market, coffee shop, and community room available to nonprofit organizations. Hospital-related ground floor activation includes reception for the emergency department, Instacare and clinics, hospital reception and admitting, and an outpatient pharmacy. Planning staff reviewed Intermountain's concept drawings and noted some of the uses such as walkways, lobbies, and reception areas are not considered active uses in city code, and the current draft does not meet minimum required active ground floor use percentages. If the council adopts the ordinances and plans for a hospital to move forward, the project will go through the design review process at the Planning Commission, where details of building design and other site features would be determined. As part of the design review process, the Planning Commission may modify requirements outlined in city code, such as reducing the minimum percentage of ground floor activation. As a reminder, potential straw polls for the council's consideration were included on page 2 of the council staff report, and this is scheduled for a council vote at next week's formal meeting. Thank you.
Thank you, Brian. Council, any questions, concerns, comments, feedback? Councilmember Dugan.
Yeah, thank you. I just have a couple questions, and it's more like on the definition side of the definitions of, street activation, ground floor activation. We kind of just touched on some things there, and the building frontage activation. Is that public activation? Is that just that people and workers are going in and out? What is the definition, and or give me examples of what they see as those types of activation?
It's like we've got Nick Norris to help us out.
Yeah, so the zoning code defines activation usually based on specific types of uses. So things like retail uses, restaurants, generally things like that. And when we were asked to review kind of the concept plan, whenever there's the ground floor activation only applies to buildings. It doesn't apply to open space. So that automatically is taken out of that length calculation. Same with mid-block walkways and things like that. So, if you have a 660-foot block face and you have an open space that's 200 feet wide, the activation's only based on that remainder 460 feet.
Okay. But on that, so say the building front is 100 feet, and then there's a step back of additional more than the normal street setback, but it's like a small indentation, oval, green space, open space, big driveway. Is that, and it goes into the same hospital or into the same building? Is that still street activation, or how's that?
Yeah, so if it's like a plaza or open space, or I think they have like a food truck spot.
Yeah, that right.
That generally we wouldn't we wouldn't require that plaza, open space, et cetera, to be calculated as part of the ground floor activation.
Okay.
It's great. We love those things. We like them. They do activate. But the regulation itself is focused on the interior uses of the building.
Interior.
Yeah.
Okay.
Yeah. So if it's, a 50 or 60 foot deep wide space, the common sense tells you that's not part of that building street facade that's fronting the street, because there's something
right
in between it that's activating it. So,
and then that would be the building activation, because we're looking for something inside that 50, wherever that entrance is at that point.
Right. If it's a parking lot, that's not activation, right?
Right.
So
it'd have to be a store or retail
yeah.
or something of that nature.
Yeah. So it depends on the nature of what's happening in that space.
In that space, it wouldn't be just like that's the entrance to the business that happens to be their business of that full building. In this case, the hospital.
Right. Yeah. If it then be more like a plaza type of space. Yeah.
And then just on the note on the, there's a section of the lot that's not owned by IH, and the concern is that activation or access to those other properties abutting the IH lot, and making sure that they have they have access during the construction and the rest of it to get to the back of their buildings and back of their lots.
Yeah. So if they have some sort of right to access right now, then that needs to be maintained. If there's some sort of easement, et cetera.
That's all that has to be maintained, whatever
Right.
that distance is.
If they don't have a legal right to use someone else's property and they've just been doing it, then that's something they'd have to work out with that property owner to guarantee. We can't guarantee that because we can't establish that right.
Right. They may think they have perceived that they have access to it, but it could be actually on someone else's property.
Right.
Without an easement. So they need to make sure that there's an easement there to make sure that there's access to the back of the lot.
Or that they have some agreement with the property owner who owns the land they're utilizing to maintain that. If they can't get that, we can't force someone to give that to somebody else.
Okay.
If that makes sense.
Right, because it's
right. The city has no right to give in that regard.
Okay. There would be a clause in the city that there's an easement here, that the properties abutting has an easement to use that land to get to their property.
Yeah, if they have an easement, otherwise they'd have to negotiate some agreement that allows that during construction.
Okay.
Councilwoman Young?
Yes. So I'm looking ahead to what comes after this request. And I'm wondering if you can just speak to additional opportunities for feedback from the surrounding community related to some of the early designs. Can you speak to our city process?
Yeah, so a project that has to go through design includes a minimum 45-day public engagement period. That's where we, usually the developer applicant makes some presentation to the community. We give the community time to digest that and then submit comments that would be considered by the Planning Commission. The Planning Commission would hold a public hearing and make a decision outside of those 45 days. So there's an opportunity for people to provide written comment and attend that public hearing where that decision's made.
Great. And then just one more question. So I think one of the pieces of feedback that I've heard is related to some of the local community members and businesses really wanting to see this as an opportunity to spark community along the lines of the feedback we've received from Planning Commission about that street level engagement. What opportunities are there for the city? Because I've seen that there's an intent to try and reach some level of activation in the current designs. What's the role of a development agreement in terms of like being able to guarantee those aspects as opposed to they're intended but could fall by the wayside if costs overrun or something?
Yeah, sure. So if something's put into a development agreement that's associated with a zoning change, they become become additional rules that have to be followed. And so where that comes into play with a design review application is that if something is required by the development agreement, the planning commission cannot alter that aspect of that development. So if, in this case, for example, if the city council establishes what the ground floor activation is, and it's something different than what the D1 zone would require, then the planning commission in their design review has to accept what's in the development agreement. They can't alter that after the fact. So the development agreement is, establishes that right that the city council is approving with the applicant.
Thank you. So I would just pose to my fellow council members, I have an interest in making sure that we have a clear sense of what that activation on the ground floor level is going to look like. I do think that I've seen in the IHC proposed plans an intent to be able to deliver on that, and that's great. But I do know that it is such an important aspect that I would advocate to my fellow council members to be able to include that as part of the process so that we can be sure that that is going to be a component of ultimately the final product.
Thank you. Councilwoman Lopez Chavez.
Thank you, Councilmember Young. I too am interested in pursuing this development agreement. I think it's a critical piece to this project to seeing its success phases out. I want to recognize District 4, when we look up the outbound services that are being utilized in IHC, is mental health services and components. And I appreciate this project's proximity to the Geraldine E. King and the mid-block access that it could potentially have to service a community that's in dire need and a neighborhood that needs that. I want to focus also on the fact that it is still a mental health, a health services facility providing that. And so when we think of that activation, although it's exciting to think about what a food truck plaza could look like or some of the other amenities, I also think this project does try to enhance visibility as far as those health components that it provides to this community, which is more exciting to me. So I'd be interested in pursuing that, and I hope everyone can understand. I've spoken to the neighboring communities and businesses as well. But this is something that I think the greater neighborhood and District 4 could really service when we think about creating a true urban hospital. Thank you.
For my 2 cents, I want to correct something I heard in the media today about the project, especially because words matter and even small misconceptions lead to us having to play big defense later. And it's that we're interested in the activation so that we can collect taxes on sales activity going on there. And that is absolutely possibly the lowest priority. While I love my coffee shops, they are not doing the work we need when it comes to paving streets. And so the activation aspect and the passionate pursuit of it is not only urban planning best practice that conforms with multiple city plans that promote walkability, sustainability, engagement of the street, but also aligns really well with the IHC mission, which is the social determinants of health, knowing that things that are available within your community are things that determine your zip code should not determine whether you die at the age of 45 or 95. And so this project has the possibility of not just enhancing, you and I are in alignment with that, our growing population demands an escalated health care response, and this could very well be the right answer to it. However, it is also inhabiting real estate in 2 of our most used corridors, that of Main Street and of State Street. Immediately to the east, there are condos there that are some of the last naturally occurring affordable housing in the downtown core, serving people who need access to childcare centers or bodegas or whatever it is that we have the opportunity to use. And there are templates in other urban centers where activation does not at all diminish or deplete the likelihood of quality healthcare service without impediment to the provider. So I know that we are skinning a cat that's already been skinned. There are lots of directions for how to do this, but I want to make sure I took my opportunity on the public record to clarify that. This is not about us just trying to grow the general fund. This is about us making sure that in putting in an emergency lane for ambulances, we're not cutting off at the knees other social determinants of health or the efforts of the other businesses in the area that have already contributed and are working so hard to create walkability, accessibility in places where it historically hasn't been. So that's my big thing to correct today. So, anyone else have? Yes, ma'am.
I'll just say one other piece. I do also think it's incredibly important to note that having a healthcare facility in this location benefits the residents of Salt Lake City. I do often think about the individuals in Glendale and in Rose Park, and that if you have like a very significant medical emergency that requires a trauma 1 response, you are currently at best 20 minutes plus away from being able receive that care. And so I do think that this location is a benefit to the comprehensive city. I just want to make sure that we're doing it in a way that also honors the need to create a thriving environment, both around it for not just IHC, but also for the local businesses.
Thank you. Councilmember Pui?
Thank you, Madam Chair. I agree with the benefits of bringing another option for healthcare into downtown, an urban hospital. I also would like to put it in perspective, though, that this the applicant is willing to invest hundreds of millions of dollars in the creation of this facility, but little movement and little consideration on what the goals of the city are regarding activation, and that to me, I just not wrap my head around it. I do think that it is a benefit for the city, and I would like to make it work. I also think that there is a space for movement, and at the moment, I don't feel like there is the willingness to see the same vision for Salt Lake City than the applicant. So we're not sharing the same goals at the moment. So I'm not. I'm at the moment, I'm not willing to support the plan. Again, I do believe that there is an important place there for a hospital, and the benefits are very important, but also the benefits for the next 20, 40, 50, 100 years are as important. And we might regret our decisions right now. And the applicant might easily meet the requirements of our ordinance. And if we make changes to the ordinance just cause right now, because a large organization is asking us to do so, what is the meaning of our rules regarding activation? That we change, that we move towards that direction. Again, we're talking about Main Street, we're talking about State Street, we're not talking about any other random streets in Salt Lake City. We're talking about the main streets of this city. Again, I will put it out there where my position is at the moment, and I will be working towards that goal in the next couple of weeks before the vote.
Thank you. Anyone else? All right, thank you.
Madam Chair?
Yes, sir.
Would you like to go through some straw polls to try and...
If that helps you, we are happy to do whatever helps
on
you.
what the council is looking at. These were included in the staff report. One of them is the council supportive of adopting an ordinance subject to the Planning Commission reviewing the development agreement, which includes ground floor activation, and that would need to be determined. Open space, food truck park is proposed by Intermountain Health, and obtaining the necessary design review and other potential approvals. And to get in, if we get into specifics of what would be required, we do have representatives from Intermountain Health here who could potentially address those or get us answers within the next couple days.
Okay. I think we have an appetite for straw polling, yeah? All right. Yes, sir. Oh. All right, so who? I don't call any questions. Someone want to call a question?
Chair.
Yes.
I call a straw poll for the exact sentence Brian said.
So that's in support of a development agreement.
That refers to ground activation. Oh, is it ground activation or open space?
Yeah, ground floor activation.
Ground floor
open
activation, open space.
and food truck
Food truck
park
plaza.
as proposed by Intermountain Health and obtaining necessary design review and other potential approvals.
Thank you, Sarah Brian Fulmer Young.
Any discussion on
Yeah, I
that,
have a
sir?
question.
Yes, sir.
So that language would be, supporting the straw poll would mean that the, what we're asking in the development agreement is what Intermountain has proposed in the slides that we all saw a few weeks ago, not any additional activation above that. Is that correct?
As indicated, yes.
In the
but
plans that they showed us before.
Right, but of
Okay.
course you have the option to change any of that you feel.
Okay,
is
so the straw poll on the table is it, Councilmember Lopez Chavez, your intention that the amount of activation that is currently proposed in the plans that they have shown is what we're going to ask in the development agreement, or are we asking for some additional above that?
What I'm hearing from my colleagues is that they're interested in additional. I'm interested in knowing if we support a development agreement and exploring what that looks like.
At all? Okay.
So
Madam
you
Chair.
want to take a step back and just say, yes, Councilmember Pui.
I strongly support a development agreement. I don't support a development agreement that reduces our requirement. So if that is what the intent of this straw poll, I will be voting no. So if it's to get it closer to our requirement, I'm willing to support that.
Madam Chair,
Yes,
one
sir.
other thing we should mention is the council could consider adopting this provided the land is used for development of an urban hospital, not just for whatever use that may happen. If Intermountain decides not to build the hospital, the development agreement would apply and run with the land. So you could consider whether you want to put these requirements in the development agreement provided the hospital is developed there.
I think I need some help, maybe from the attorney's office. Oh, hi, yes. Am I supportive of the idea of a development agreement? Sure. I don't know that the development agreement is going to get to the point where I feel like there's enough street activation that I can vote on the whole thing. So I want to make sure that I'm clear on what a yes vote on this straw poll means versus a no vote.
Great. Love
that
the
make
clarity. Always want the council to be as clear as possible.
So if I am supportive of the general idea of a development agreement that relates to street activation, I vote yes, even though I still don't expect that there's going to be enough street activation for me to ultimately vote yes on the overall ordinance. Am I understanding the straw poll correctly?
That I think is helpful to guide what we would put in a proposed development agreement. Obviously, that wouldn't bind you to whatever your vote was on the rezone ordinance.
And this also is subject to the planning commission's review. So the planning commission is still going to go through the planning commission. They're going to give their review of this development agreement, how this applies to the ground floor activation, open space, and food trucks. So it's not just that we're looking at the development agreement. Planning commission is going to review it before they provide their recommendation to us. So we're going to see the full review before we do this. And again, this is a straw poll to get us to that point. This is not a binding vote for a development agreement.
Does that alleviate tension and questions? Okay, so the straw poll on the table is, are we in support of the pursuit of a development agreement to further refine and distill issues relating to activation, open space, and
food trucks and
thank you.
Yes.
Okay, that's the question. All right, let's show our feelings. That is unanimous approval. Thank you.
Okay, another one, excuse me, is the council supportive of requiring that the ordinances are not to be published until the development agreement and any other required processes are approved by the planning commission and then ratified by the council? So it would come back to you after the planning commission.
I feel like that would appeal to Councilmember Mono.
I mean, isn't that how it always works?
Yeah.
Can I make a comment on that, though? If the administrative function of a design review approval by the planning commission somehow has to come back for a check with the council, that could be problematic. So I think if you're going to straw poll that, you should clarify what it is that's coming back to the council for consideration.
And I think we probably need to check on that with the attorney's office to make sure we're understanding that the legislative rule is appropriate. I think typically we would do like a delayed effective date, making it, delayed and not have it come back to the council. So I'm not sure about that one, but.
Would our attorney like to return?
Sorry for not catching that, attorneys before.
So that is normally what we do for development agreements that are requiring more than what our zoning requires, is that we say, this is what, the council says this is what we want in a development agreement. We've passed the rezone ordinance. You have X period of time to sign it. If you don't sign the development agreement, the rezone goes away. If you do sign the development agreement, then we publish the ordinance. But in this situation, because I haven't reviewed the proposal in detail, we would be reducing the ground floor activation requirements. That needs to receive a recommendation by the planning commission first before the ordinance adopting the rezone was passed.
So what you're saying is that there's enough of a special exception here that we're not setting a poor precedent for it coming back to us. We're not getting outside of.
No, this is the process that's required by state law, that any development agreements that are lowering the requirements need to receive a planning commission recommendation first. What Nick, I think, is talking about is the design review. That's a zoning process that is solely in the planning commission's hands. That would not come back to you, and unless you want to initiate a zoning petition to change the code, that's not what would happen. Only the development agreement would come back to you for approval.
So maybe the language, I'm looking at the staff report, the language of the proposed straw poll needs to remove the words "and any other required process." Yep. So the development agreement comes back to us, but not any other required process, because that would then create a precedent. So I guess.
So how about if I restate it?
Thanks, yes.
Is the council supportive of requiring that the ordinances are not to be published until the development agreement is approved by receives a recommendation from the planning commission as required?
Anyone calling that question?
So the development agreement wouldn't we add keep and ratified by the council on the end of that? So the development agreement is approved by the planning commission and ratified by the council.
So the planning commission would just be making a recommendation.
Okay. So is the council supportive of requiring that the ordinances are not published until the development agreement is recommended by the planning commission and approved by the council?
Yes.
Okay, that'll be my straw poll, I guess.
Okay. Show your feelings. Okay.
And then the final one, pardon me, is the council supportive of amending city code to add hospitals, including accessory lodging facilities and ambulance services, indoor and outdoor, as conditional uses in the D1 Central Business District?
Show your feelings. That's unanimous.
Thank you.
All right, thank you so much, Brian. 1 minute fair, keeping me on track here too. All right, with that, let's move on to item number 10, the budget amendment number 1 for fiscal year 24-25. Ben Ludke, Council Policy Analyst, will join us at the table, as well as Mary Beth Thompson, Chief Financial.
Actually, the Foothill Trails item is next.
Oh, sorry. I'm just skipping. Tyler, I wanted you to walk up here for nothing. Sorry. All right. Just kidding. We're going on to an informational briefing about the Foothill Trails plan evaluation and recommendations. And how could I miss this one? It is Austin Kimmel's first time before us as a policy analyst. Welcome, Austin. And then we have Tyler Murdoch, Deputy Director for Planning, Trails, and Natural Lands, and Tyler Fonero, Recreational Trails Projects Manager.
Great. Thank you, council members. Today, the Department of Public Lands will present its evaluation and recommendations report regarding the Foothill Trails System Plan. As you'll recall, in March 2020, the council reviewed and adopted the Foothill Trails System Plan. Shortly after, Phase 1 trail construction began, resulting in over 15 miles of new hiking and biking trails. In May 2021, trail building was paused after concerns were raised about the planning and construction. In response, the council included a budget contingency in the FY22 budget, placing trail funding on hold. It also requested that the administration work with stakeholders to review the plan and its implementation and return to the council before proceeding with any further trail building. Since that time, Public Lands has worked with consultants and stakeholders to evaluate the plan, assess the Phase 1 construction, and draft recommendations for future trail development and maintenance. The goal of this briefing is for the council to consider the evaluation findings and recommendations and consider the department's request to remove the existing hold on trail funding. During the briefing, the administration will share more about its evaluation report, and council staff is seeking a straw poll at the end of this briefing to determine whether the council supports removing the hold on trail funding, allowing Public Lands to continue carrying out the Foothill Trails System Plan. And with that, I will now turn it over to Tyler and Tyler.
Thank you, Austin, and thank you, Council, for having us today. We are very excited to be here. It's been a long time since we've been able to talk about this with you all. We have a few new council members, and I appreciate Austin's work on the transmittal. This is a very complex issue, as we all know, and the evaluation report is very dense, and he did a wonderful job sharing that in the staff report. With that said, since we only have 10 to 15 minutes, and in time, we are going to move quickly through the slide deck today. We do have a 45-minute presentation on our website that was done to our advisory board, as well as open to the public back in February when this review and evaluation was completed. And we're hoping to have about 10 to 15 minutes where we can answer questions from council as well. So we'll jump through. Next slide, please. Austin already touched on this, but this is the purpose of our conversation today: to share the key findings and the recommendations, and also share what we have done in the last 3 years. We have not been just simply waiting for this plan or evaluation to be done to make some progress in management of the foothills, and we'll talk a little bit about that. Next slide. All right, and as Austin also already covered, just a specific language associated with the council budget contingency that was placed on Public Lands funding for trail construction allocation. And the written evaluation, this is from that language, the written evaluation should focus on but not be limited to the extent to which trail planning and development have been consistent with the vision, goals, and principles in the master plan, including best practices, strategies for the preservation and stewardship of the land, and respect for tribal concerns. In addition to the written evaluation should focus and include an analysis of how the process could be better adapted to better meet the needs and desires of all users. Next slide. And with that, we will begin talking about the recommendations and findings, and Tyler Fonero will go through that process. Tyler is our Recreational Trails Program Manager. For those of you who were involved in the funding of that position last year, he was part-time and is now a full-time employee of Public Lands. So Tyler, take it from here.
Thank you, Tyler. I get to speed read for the next 7 minutes to try to get this 45-minute presentation down to 10 minutes. So this slide, the evaluation process to date, SWCA was our consultant in 21-22, brought in for an environmental and cultural review, which took a year. SC Group, the natural space recreation planning and design firm, did their evaluation, and that will be the focus of today's discussion in their evaluation. Next slide. SE Group's engagement process included a technical committee of direct staff in the public lands and public utilities departments and engineering, internal stakeholders, which is related city staff in the winter of 2023, and then in the broader community stakeholder group was brought in the winter and spring of 2023 with a public presentation finalized in May 2023 of the community engagement. Next slide. That engagement included the public agency landowners in the foothills, trail users, and underrepresented communities facing obstacles to recreation in the foothills, and tribal community members. What was heard was trail signage and communication was needed, a diversity of trail experiences, and land conservations, as you can see in these key trend slide. Next slide. Next, we will move to our findings. The findings have two key areas of evaluation, and that we did. We spent time evaluating the plan, and we spent time evaluating the implementation of phase one itself. So we'll start with next slide, evaluation of the plan. SE Group found that the strengths were significant and community engagement had occurred. The plan's vision and goals were clear and appropriate for the Salt Lake City foothills, and recognizes the diversity of potential users in our diverse Salt Lake City community. Improvements recommended were understanding and responding to the existing environmental damage caused by unplanned trails, more detailed processes and procedures for trail planning, and the design and implementation and management of natural and cultural resources. Next slide. Next is the evaluation of the implementation itself for phase one that occurred between June of 2020 and May of 2021. The strengths were found. New trails were very popular with many. The dense, user-specific built trails are actually best practices in the industry to minimize landscape impact. Closing eroding trails is necessary, but we needed better implementation and communication processes. Next slide. Areas for improvement for implementation included some trail construction specifications were not appropriate for certain slope and soil combinations. Some construction quality needed increased planning and supervision of construction, and some trail segments would have benefited from a more defined intended use prior to the construction occurring. Next slide. We're going to move on to recommendations. Next slide. SE Group has 7 major recommendations that fell into 3 key areas: planning, communication, and management. I will go through each one recommendation individually per slide. Next slide. First is under planning is the conduct recreation and restoration planning by zone. We have coined this as FOSI planning, which stands for Foothills Open Space Zones. This is a key shift in thinking from planning based on trails to planning based on open space areas that integrate many other factors necessary for a sustainable trail system. For example, each zone's plan should include an assessment of ecology and geography, proposed trail alignments, existing trails and new trails, recommended land restoration and closing of eroding or unsustainable trails, a wayfinding and informational signage plan, proposed amenities like seating, benches, shelters, fencing, etc., communication and public engagement process, and a maintenance plan and budget. For those looking at the slide, just for context, this is a little bit, for those of us in the weeds, we know this very well, but for looking at first glance, you look at the map, it's broken up into these 7 different colors. So for example, the dark purple in the center is between Dry Creek to the north or to the west. Red Butte Creek would be to the east or the south, and that would be the Mount Van Cott and University of Utah FOSI. Next slide. Second planning recommendation is about the planning and implementation process itself, which is broken up into planning, design, and implementation. This recommended process follows federal guidelines and has been laid out that includes defining a scope of each project or each FOSI plan, areas for review, key stakeholder dialogue, public communication, and best practices for a thorough design and implementation process. Next slide. The third planning is prioritizing the maintenance and enhancement of existing facilities. And when they're talking about facilities, they're talking about trails. Evaluating all existing trails, whether constructed or not, in the planning process will make the determination whether existing trails or segments of trails should be enhanced or altered for inclusion in the trail network or actively closed for environmental protection and user safety. This is particularly important in riparian corridors. Next slide. We're moving into the two communications recommendations, the first being develop and implement a consistent public communication strategy. This recommendation suggests using a diversity of communication strategies, including more signage, more community meetings, on-site engagement, and online resources. Next slide. The second communications recommendation is to develop a unified wayfinding system. This recommendation suggests a more robust signage plan for safe wayfinding, environmental protection, education, and responsible use along trails. Next slide. The last two recommendations are under the management category. First is increased data used to inform decision-making. Increasing qualitative and quantitative data collection through trail counters and manual counts and surveys, and leverage community partners like universities and advocacy groups to help improve our breadth of understanding. Next slide. Developing formal agreements and management plans. Creating a multi-agency management plan agreement with the 4 other agency landowners: Salt Lake City Public Lands, Salt Lake City Public Utilities, U.S. Forest Service, University of Utah, and Utah State Parks are all significant agency landowners in the foothills, and we will establish a conversation, the recommendation is to establish a conservation, preservation, and recreation goals to address environmental strategies and future management, and stakeholder involvement to be considered across jurisdictions that will incorporate the existing management plans of the various agencies to determine upon management plans for the foothills. Next slide. Concurrent efforts and next steps is what Public Lands have been doing and hoping to do in the last 2.5 years and next year. Next slide. This dense slide includes just a partial list of our concurrent efforts in the last 2 years that we wanted to bring to your attention. Operations and maintenance. Public Lands has budgeted for, thank you very much, hired a foothills maintenance crew consisting of 2 full-time natural resource technicians and 3 seasonal crews and equipment, full-time restoration ecologist who supports foothills planning and conservation, and foothills dedicated park rangers. We've, per the recommendation, prioritized existing trails and has utilized operating budget funds to restore and repair more than 2.5 miles of Bonneville Shoreline Trail with on-call trail contractors in the last 2 years. We have added Foothills dedicated communication staff and are implementing a consistent communication strategy for the Foothills via newsletters, online media, websites, informational flyers, and on-trail signage. We have commenced and are about halfway through our initiation of development of 5 major trailheads across the foothills at these 5 locations, which will be completed by the spring of 2025. Public Lands has developed and will implement a clear wayfinding, signage, information sharing plan for trailheads along trails and at trail junctions across the full trail system, and our increased data collection, adding another 14 trail counters to the existing 9 in the foothills, and piloting a digital QR trail code counting program at all 30+ trail access points. Next slides. And lastly, a major concurrent effort is developing a formalized agreement with these agency landowners. Public Land has been leading the process to create a formalized agreement with the 4 previously mentioned other agency landowners. We are partnering with the Environmental Dispute Resolution Program within the University of Utah's Quinney Law School to help facilitate the creation of a joint partnership agreement. This agreement will address future management and stakeholder involvement across jurisdictions and incorporate management plans across agencies to determine an agreed upon plan for the foothills.
All right, next slide. Okay, next slide. All right, as Tyler talked about, our priority moving forward right now is the formalization and agreement with all of the different landowners in the foothills. So what are we asking of council today? We want to make that clear. Public Lands has $380,000 left for implementation of the Foothill Trails Master Plan. Today we are asking Salt Lake City Council to allow us to move forward with the following projects. We anticipate moving forward with the development of the Foothills Managed Agreement with the Wallace Stegner Environmental Dispute Resolution Center. This fall, we anticipate that is going to cost $5,000. We anticipate moving forward the development of a Foothills stakeholder group with agency landowners that can outline the role that that group would play in the future management of Salt Lake City Foothills. This is important, and it has to come after this development agreement because there are 5 different landowners, and it's important that we have buy-in from all of them before we move forward with that process. Following that, we would like to move forward with the completion of 2 Foothill open space zone planning processes. We anticipate this will take around 3 to 6 months, and we want to focus that on the 2 areas where we began implementing in phase 1 trails. Those are located in the Upper Avenues, Lower City Creek, Popperton Park area, as well as the Twin Peaks and Dry Creek area. We've had preliminary conversations with consultants regarding support for additional trail alignments, and we anticipate the work for those projects to be around $50,000. Next slide. So that leaves about $200,000 that still has a budget contingency hold placed on City Council. We anticipate that $200,000 to $250,000 would be used for implementation of those 2 FOSI areas, the 2 Foothill open space zone areas located in the Upper Avenues and Dry Creek. The scope of the remaining implementation funding will be determined in that process. We anticipate that to include trail construction, trail decommissioning, existing trail restoration, ecological restoration and management, wayfinding and signage, and additional amenities that could be located throughout these 2 areas. Next slide. So, let's go back one more. All right, so as a reminder, this is the process for the development of a Foothill open space zone. We, if funding is permitted to be used today, would move forward with the initiation of a project for both of those 2 zones that would define the purpose and need and scope of the remaining work that needs to happen in those 2 areas. We would go through a complete design process and site design. We would then provide a written transmittal and update to City Council on the specific trail segments that would be constructed, decommissioned, or other amenities that would be included in that implementation funding. With that, we are now happy to answer any additional questions.
Okay, Council, I'm going to defer to Councilmember Wharton on this one.
Okay, thank you. So just to recap for my questions, what I get from the SE group is that the recommendations are prepare management and maintenance plans, more data-driven decisions, more effective communication process, wayfinding and signage, implementation process for restoration and recreation for each of the zones, creating the community stakeholder group.
Yeah, I'm not sure if you stated the formal landowner agreement, but that's a key one.
Okay, yeah, okay. So in the past, there's been some confusion or disagreement about whether certain requirements that were in the previous plan were met before we moved forward. So to me, it's really important to know who will determine whether these things have been accomplished, whether SE's recommendations were followed before we start tearing up and digging again.
With regards to what specific areas? Are you talking about cultural concerns? Are you talking about?
Well, okay, so for example, like whether there's been an effective communications process. Does the department just going to determine that, or is the stakeholder group going to determine that?
Yeah, I mean, I think at this point it's up to the city and Public Lands Department to define and to initiate the process for the Foothill open space zones. We've never done that. This is a brand new process to us, and that will be something we have to take on internally. We anticipate the need to have additional consultants specifically associated with the trail alignments. But I think to clarify, We can only do that on city-owned land. Much of phase 1 trail construction that happened was on city-owned land. There's very few trail projects remaining in the Salt Lake City foothills that would allow us to move forward without any other jurisdiction's involvement. So we are going to have to go through a NEPA process if we're working on Forest Service. We're going to have to go through a process with the University of Utah, and that agreement that we're talking about is so important to help us understand what that process would look like. As I guess to clarify with regards to the stakeholder group, public lands can promise what we would like to use that stakeholder group for, but that only applies to lands that we own. And so we need that agreement to help us determine the role that that group would play moving forward.
Well, I mean, to go back to like the very beginning when we had the pause, something that I was saying at the time is that with the residents, our currency with them is whether we're credible and whether they can believe that we're going to faithfully follow the plan. And I just want to make sure that to me, in my mind, a lot of these recommendations are more detailed explanations of how we fell short of following the plan. So I guess I want to, like, in my mind, it feels like having the stakeholder group in place is, like, as a first step, is really critical to restoring credibility and being able to move forward with the other steps. Does that seem fair, or does that?
You know, it does on city-owned land, and I think that's the problem we have to address with this agreement, because we cannot promise how a community stakeholder group would be involved in making decisions on the University of Utah property. That's not public land's responsibility, nor is that our responsibility for the Forest Service. And so, because almost every other future project will require multiple jurisdictions, we have to initiate that agreement in order to set those guidelines.
So you're saying you can't form an agreement, from what I was gathering, if you have a stakeholder group, a community stakeholder group that's kind of weighing in on this along the way, you're saying that can't be in place until you have a development agreement with all of the landowners? Because I don't feel like that's true.
We could do that.
Okay.
Now, there's nothing stopping us from moving forward with that. But what I'm saying is that most of the trail projects, all of the FOSI zones that we showed up there, the only one that doesn't require other approvals is the Upper City Creek and Upper Avenues. All of the other ones are going to require public utilities, the United States Forest Service, the University of Utah, and the Utah Department of State Parks. And so I can't promise how those entities will respond to recommendations from a community stakeholder group set up by Salt Lake City. Yeah, Tyler, do you want to explain?
One thing that I think that you're getting at, Councilman Morton, is where's the accountability before we get to the next thing. So the first step with where you're going with, I think with the stake, we can't create the stakeholder group until we have the agreement, so that we have so the group of 5 agencies is going to decide that stakeholder group. And then from that point, we would then do the FOSI process like we showed in that last slide. Can you go back one slide? Where planning and design would occur, engaging with the key stakeholder group, communicating with the public, and then sending information to this group before any implementation, so that you can weigh in and say, has the stakeholders been communicated with? But trying to find that balance where the stakeholder, so we will have that stakeholder group before we go to a next implementation. Is that sound clear, or does that not sound clear?
Not quite, and that's kind of worrying me.
So the stakeholder group between the 5 agencies will determine what that Foothill stakeholder group their role will be. Okay. And how decisions get made. No trail construction would occur until that point in time.
So you're saying we have to gather all of the agreement holders together and then after that point, when we bring on the community advisory, that's when they'll have their power, because all 5 of those agreement holders will have essentially deputized this feedback group as a reliable source of feedback, and the likelihood that their recommendations will be deferred to, taken seriously, increases. But until such time as all of those agreement holders are convened and the stakeholder group is in place, there is no construction that will happen. There's no movement forward. We're not asking for additional projects or scopes of work.
That's correct.
Just planning and design.
Okay. I can't tell if we're talking past each other because we're using the wrong words. So let me take a step back even further. Okay, so let's talk in the zone where that is within the city's control, the one in the upper avenues. So there are recommendations from SE Group that also apply to that, right? Some trails that they think were cut the wrong way or maybe shouldn't have been there in the beginning. There's some also really basic stuff that we've talked about several times in several different budget conversations that, you know, there's still no signage, still nothing on the information kiosks. Isn't there a group of community individuals that you could assemble and start working with on those things right now?
I just want to clarify, the entire Phase 1 trail system is signed. We have a kiosk at 18th Avenue Trailhead showing all the trail signs.
Okay.
There's a little bit of miscommunication on that one. There's an extensive amount of signage, but the wayfinding recommendation is for the complete trail system.
To answer your question though, Chris, yes, we could do that. The city could establish a community or a Foothill stakeholder group that could provide feedback for that specific Foothill open space zone. And it wouldn't require the U.S. Forest Service, it wouldn't require the University of Utah. But that's the only Foothill open space zone where that would apply.
I just think that if we were to start there, maybe simultaneously having some discussions with the next 2 FOSIs that you explained, that would give us an opportunity to start building some credibility and start showing the residents, restoring. Tyler's done a lot of work on doing that, so I don't mean to say that we're like starting at 0 or negative, but I do think that there's a little more that we need to do, and then that group of community people, as we get the legalities of the next 2 FOSIs worked out, maybe some of those people are in this next tranche of advisory group, and they have a little experience from the previous, and they have, you know, some knowledge about what's coming down, you know, in the future, because they're already working with parks, they're already working on these trails, and they're hearing about the progress that's being made on the legal side. Does that sound like unreasonable?
I don't think that's an unreasonable request for that area. I think the risk that it has is that if that group, depending on the makeup of that group, and we Wallace Stegner Environmental Dispute Resolution Group, or to help us with the formation of that. But if the makeup of that group is not ultimately approved or supported by the other landowners and that have jurisdiction, it would only apply to that one specific project.
Sure.
So that's a risk that we would be taking.
Yeah. I just wanted to, I want to find a way that we can demonstrate that that we're going to move forward on the things that that we agree on. I think we all agree we want more trails. I think we all agree that we want to have different kinds of access, but still having an accountability piece. And I don't feel comfortable viewing this as like an all or nothing thing. Like if we release the money, we're going to do all these things, and if you don't release the money, or if all of the money, then we can't do any of them. And that's kind of how it.
I think that's up to council to make a decision on what they want to release and how much. You know, I think going back to if we can go back to slide 24, we've tried to come up with an estimate of what we think that will cost. If there are specific items within that you would feel comfortable with, I think that's for a decision that council can make.
Okay, well.
Can we get a few more?
Yeah, sorry, I'm sorry.
Yes.
Come on, Grandpa.
Cindy, did you have a?
Just a technical question that relates to the city attorney. Can you go back a couple of slides where it talks about working with the university to do an agreement, and will you help us understand that?
Yeah, so it's going to be, let's see, slide 23, if you can go back to that slide.
So this group would have to approve the stakeholders that would be helping with oversight on city trails.
It would be in the best interest of the overall management of the foothills if we had this group, these five key landowners, to be supportive of the advisory group that we're going to establish. Otherwise, we're only allowed to move forward with projects that are on city land.
Okay. And is our city attorney's office involved with this agreement in preparing that with the folks?
They certainly will be. We have talked with the attorney's office about this proposed project, but the intent is for the Wallace-Stegner Environmental Dispute Resolution program to begin conducting interviews of all of the landowners, what their needs and desires of a formalized agreement may look like, and what the processes may look like moving forward. So we anticipate having a document by the end of the fall that could be shared and then worked on with the attorney's office to.
Okay, so it almost is a sort of a policy shift that you're kind of lifting it up, and I'm not saying it's bad, but you're creating a body that oversees these trails, that it isn't the city doing that, it's others.
Yeah, it'll be all of the landowners that play a role. I think it's a little bit confusing because we happen to start construction, and this was intentional. We happen to start construction only on land owned by Salt Lake City. And so in that project, we didn't need approvals from the Forest Service or anyone else, but in all of the other phases of work, we have to get approval from multiple different landowners.
And just for an example, for context, the Bonneville Shoreline Trail goes across all 5 jurisdictions. So a trail user might be out there, and the goal would be that we don't have to change rules or regulations every time they cross a property line, because that just does, it's legal, but it just doesn't make any common sense.
Okay, thank goodness. Thank you for all your hard work on this, by the way. I'm really excited because I get to use these trails too. With the FOSI zones, I just wanted to reiterate, I've heard from constituents all over the city, both in support and some not in support of release of funds. And I just wanted to clarify real quick, do we know how many are Salt Lake City trails that we can construct on today without the FOSI agreement, and how many are trails that overlap with these 5 landowners?
You want to take a stab at that one?
Can you repeat the question?
Yeah, so
we'll
I
do
was
one
asking,
at a time. We'll do one at a time.
Asking in regards, how many are Salt Lake City trails that we don't need the FOSI agreement with, and how many are trails that overlap with these 5 landowners?
So it's a little bit of a, I don't know if it's the right analogy, chicken and egg. Like, we don't know how many trails until we actually do the FOSI to decide how many trails. Right now, and then what was also confusing, in the 2020 plan, they talked about a potential 85 to 100 miles of trails. Well, we don't know that yet. We actually have to do the planning to do that. We built about 13 miles of trails in phase 1. We integrated pre-existing trails, about 2 to 3 miles of trails, and that was on Salt Lake City land. Most of the FOSIs do cross over some property boundary lines, but like human-created boundaries are not respected by wildlife or plants. They don't really care. So we're trying to create ecosystems of trail networks that support recreation, restoration, vegetation, et cetera.
Thank you for that answer. And the reason why is I think the public's confused on this, and that's what I'm hearing in constituent comments. the goal that I see Salt Lake City Trails Network is to conserve, restore, and to grow, to help ease of access, but also not erode our foothills. So for me, at least the way I'm understanding it, if that's correct, and correct me if I'm misinterpreting, there is some funding that's needed to plan this. Is that correct?
Yes.
Okay, that's all I needed.
Council, anything else? At this point, the funding being requested is just for the planning process, correct?
For the 2 FOSI processes and for the development of the agreement with all the landowners and outlining what a community or a Foothill stakeholder group would look like.
No dollars for any tractors, any digging in the dirt, any
Yeah,
construction?
the remaining, I mean, we can go back to that slide, but we would anticipate still having around $200,000 that would go to implementation of recommendations or trail construction from the FOSI locations.
I'm wondering if we could restrict that until we come up with an agreement that the constituents, one, it's transparent to their needs, and 2, to make sure that stakeholder group is enacted. Because I think, Chris, to your point, just to reiterate, we've eroded trust from both a cultural significance and from the users that are Foothill Trails. So it's important to me that we get this right, because we halted construction in 2020 because we didn't formulate, we weren't able to bring in constituencies quick enough.
So I think, do we need to straw poll this, or are we taking action on it? I think, if I'm hearing Councilmember Lopez Chavez correctly, releasing any funds required for the planning and agreement making, and restricting any funds for the actual building digging, those things, until after those 2 things are secured.
That's correct in my interpretation.
I would amend that to say any funds up to the 50,000. Wasn't that what was what you estimated?
Yeah, we anticipate, and we haven't got bids on that, but $50,000 for the development of each Foothill Open Space Zone plan.
So I would be okay with authorizing us to get started with plans up to a certain dollar amount.
Okay.
And I'm picking 50 because that's the number you guys said.
100 for 2.
100
The
for
30,000 for the management agreements.
Yeah.
So
Can we limit it by, is it okay to limit it by function, that any money, like I don't want them, like I want them to be able to go get what they need, and if it's, 60,000 instead of 50,000, I don't want to quibble, but.
And it won't be for maintenance either, only planning.
I'm sorry, that's the funding that we're talking about is not for maintenance.
Okay.
But
Funding all maintenance through operations budgets.
Yeah, we have been funding
right.
trail maintenance through operation budget.
So is it okay to restrict it according to function? Will that accomplish the same thing for you?
I think so. Yeah, I hope so.
Okay, so then to reiterate, the straw poll is to release funds for any planning and agreement-making activities, any dollars that go towards actually building, doing work in the soil in the natural area, you have to come back to get those released. And then if it's 1,000 instead of 50,000 each, you have some latitude to do it.
Tyler, no breaking bedrock.
Okay, so do we need to straw poll this? Okay.
Yeah.
So that's the straw poll. Show your feelings. Councilmember Pui overachieved. He not only did it with his finger, but then Zoom gave him an extra thought bubble with one.
So
does it count as 2 though?
Yeah.
So yeah, I'm gonna give a thumbs up because it's just about the planning component. And I do want to say, I know that we've talked a lot about credibility, and I don't mean for that to be, I don't mean that in a personal way. I don't feel like it's, people don't have faith in you or any one person. I think the process is where we're lacking. And I just want to try to restore that. And I want to be clear and upfront ahead of time about what it is that we're doing. So I'm hoping that by authorizing this funding, that's what we're going to get. If we get something other than that and we start to have the same problems or go down the same paths that we did that created the pause, I'm going to be exponentially more frustrated. But so I hope that this adds clarity to the process rather than lack of clarity.
I mean, I think if I can just respond and say, management of the foothills is a very complex thing, so it's not unreasonable to request clarity on that. And I think the formalization of agreement with all landowners has to be the first step to provide some of that clarity.
Okay.
Okay. Thank you all very much. We look forward to your return.
Thanks, council members.
Okay, now we're going to actually move on to number 10. Not like before. This is the budget amendment number 1 for fiscal year 24-25. Ben Lutke, Council Policy Analyst, is joining us, as well as Mary Beth Thompson, our Chief Financial Officer, and Greg Cleary, our Budget Director. I don't see Greg. I just see Mary Beth.
I think Greg is out today.
That's right. Mary Beth has more knowledge in her pinky finger than I will ever have in my entire being, so she brings enough to the table. All right.
I do see that we're running a little behind schedule, so if it's all right, I can skip the typical overview and intro. We have time next Tuesday, and I can go over fund balance updates and other items. There are several items that have straw poll requests. I don't know if we'll get to all of them today, but I can jump to those if that's all right. The first item with a straw poll is A1. This is a request related to bringing the city prosecutor's office back into the city attorney's office, and this has 3 parts. In June of this year, the district attorney's office sent notice that they were going to terminate the interlocal agreement for management services between the DA and the city attorney's office. The agreement has a 6-month termination period, and it will end on December 31st of this year, so exactly halfway through the fiscal year. The district attorney currently serves as the city prosecutor and manages 31 city employees in that office. That is across the street in the DA's building next to Matheson Courthouse. The first part is for 3 new full-time employees. This is partial year funding. It would be $522,000. The total cost for a full fiscal year, this would need to be added into the next annual budget, is $722,000. The 3 new employees are a senior city attorney, a city prosecutor, and a deputy director of administration. There are job descriptions for both the deputy director of administration and the city prosecutor in the transmittal. The second part is to rescope the existing funding for leasing of office space and related costs. So this would include things like utilities, tenant improvements, furniture, fixtures, equipment. Since the agreement is being terminated exactly halfway through the fiscal year, there is half of that annual budget available to be rescoped. Since we won't be paying the district attorney for those management services, those funds can instead be used for the leasing and other costs. It is $472,000 that would be rescoped. We don't know exactly what the cost is going to be for leasing the office space and the potential improvements, so it's possible that a follow-up request would come to the council in a later budget amendment if it is more than anticipated. The third part is $102,000 from general fund balance for hardware and software costs. This is for the 3 new employees, but also to bring those 31 existing city prosecutor employees into the city attorney's office. The case management system that the DA uses allows segregating cases for city cases and DA cases. So that allows a data dump so that the city cases can be more quickly transferred into a new system as part of the separation. There are 3 policy questions if you're interested. The first is about long-term office space for the city prosecutor's office. If you would like to discuss with the administration options for identifying a long-term location for the city prosecutor, and this could include limiting the new office lease to be shorter term, so there's more time to evaluate those other options. You might remember in CIP last year, the council approved $200,000 for a development strategy and spacing needs study. You could ask for a briefing on that or the final report to be shared. The other policy questions are about primary responsibility for Class A misdemeanors. That is currently with the district attorney's office, and you could ask how would the decision be made about would Class A misdemeanors be primary responsibility of the city prosecutor? Would it remain with the district attorney's office, or perhaps there's an alternative option? And lastly is a successful transition and performance measures. If you'd be interested in requesting performance measures be tracked to see how the transition goes. The straw poll is specifically about allowing early hire advertising for the 3 new FTEs. You could also indicate support for rescoping the funds for offices, or if you want more time and information to consider.
Thank you, Ben. Ben, can I ask, can I at some point get a more concise chart that helps us visualize what our expenditures have been under the contract, just to compare them to what's expected? This, to me, now feels like a core city responsibility, and I want to make sure that we prioritize it appropriately coming into the new budget season next year. Council, anything on this? Does anyone want to call the straw poll?
Madam Chair.
Councilmember Pui, go ahead.
Quickly on the straw poll regarding the office space and the term of the lease, is there any way that the council will entertain a more broader discussion of office space and need for a space in general for our employees? There is a growing demand of our city and a growing amount of space and positions in general, and I would like to see if there is a willingness to study paths to solve this growing problem within our city.
Yeah, I like that, Councilmember Pui. Would you envision something like lease terms, like trying to?
Yeah, and again, I want to tie this conversation about finding office space, but also maybe studying the future need.
Okay.
You know, so if there is an interest from you guys to support that.
Okay, thank you, Councilmember. Councilwoman Lopez Chavez.
Councilmember Pui, I think that's a brilliant idea. Would you mind if we amend an addenda to that and add that we study our own assets where we have already existing capacity as a city, where we own buildings, to look at future office spaces that could be retrofitted in some of our own city-owned assets?
Yeah.
Thank you. Councilmember Mono.
Are we expecting this money that we're allocating in this budget amendment to the attorney's office to do that broader thing, or this is just a legislative intent that at some point we're going to do all those things?
I think it's an accessory using this as a catalyst. For sure, the need is too urgent with the attorney's office to make it contingent upon any of these. But I think the larger overarching, and you two correct me if I'm wrong, is to use this as the catalyst to make sure.
That's correct, Chair.
That sounds great.
And hoping to achieve what our attorney's office needs, but possibly with temporary lease terms, so we could look at longer term solutions so we can keep our departments together.
Great. Okay, so then the straw poll is as written here, with the amendment that we will also evaluate the need for office space and do that alongside an assessment of existing city assets to see if we can meet those needs internally. Is that accurate? All right, so let's show our feelings on this. That is unanimous support.
Can I make a comment really quick?
Yes, sir.
Okay. Sorry, I have a lot today. Just on this one, I think it's so important that, you know, when I was interning in the prosecutor's office, that with this particular office space, that it's very accessible and that it's low barrier for victims of crime to come to the office. A lot of times that can be a big barrier on especially in misdemeanor crimes, and that if there isn't convenient ways to get there and get inside and to do it inconspicuously in an unintimidating way, that can deter witness and victim cooperation. So I'm sure that will be at the forefront of the administration's concerns and the city attorney's concerns as they look for space, but that's something that I'm going to be asking about in the future. Thanks.
Thanks for that perspective. I have never practiced law, so I'm glad that you have that foresight. All right, Ben, I think we can move on to the next thing.
We're going to jump to item D4. This is an annual budget cleanup. It is $6.9 million for the Economic Development Loan Fund, or EDLF. This was inadvertently left out of the annual budget. It is the operating budget for new loans to small local businesses. The administration has stated that a plan and a new mechanism is being put into place to avoid the oversight being repeated in the future. You may remember 2 weeks ago on August 13th, you approved a $75,000 loan from the EDLF. So this item, as well as future small business loans from the EDLF, need this budget authorization in order to proceed. The straw poll is requested so that it can be expedited, the processing of that loan. You could also ask the administration to include more information about the EDLF in the mayor's recommended budget book in future years, so there's a higher level of visibility to have another accountability mechanism to prevent the oversight from reoccurring.
Now, in asking questions about this one, it's a revolving loan fund.
Mm-hmm.
So why does the money not just exist in economic development so that they can revolve it? Why is this a budget amendment? Explain it to me like I'm a fifth grader, because I'm not getting this.
So it is a revolving loan, but when you pay that loan back, that money goes and drops to fund balance. You have to give the authority to spend that money through a budget.
And so what we're saying this year is that when we said we had a balanced budget, we inadvertently took $6 million that was for this program and put it somewhere else.
Just sat there in fund balance, so it just sits there as cash, right? It's just sitting there
So
as cash.
that's part of what gives us our 13%?
Nope, this is its own fund.
Okay.
It lives and breathes.
See, this is why I need fifth grade explanation.
So it lives and breathes as its own checking account.
Okay.
Let's put it that way, okay? So there's $6 million sitting in its own checking account, but what you have said to me as the council is you are not allowed to spend that $6 million until you give me a budget or an allowance to spend that $6 million.
So this is budget neutral. This is just a cleanup, a completely secretarial issue.
You are giving authority for us to spend that funding from administration.
Okay, thank you. But I was worried that I had an out of balance budget by $6 million. That's not what's happened.
You did not.
Thank you. Anyone else have any questions on this? All right, so do we need to straw poll this one as well, Ben?
Yes.
Anyone want to call the question?
Madam Chair, I propose a straw poll that we support the reallocation of the funds to the Economic Development Loan Fund.
Show your feelings. That has unanimous approval.
I'm going to jump to another annual budget cleanup. This is item D8, a impact fees tracking and compliance financial analyst. This is a new FTE in the Capital Asset Planning Office of the Finance Department. The request is $143,000 from general fund balance. $3,000 of that is one time for IMS, so a laptop and licensing. The other $140,000 is to pay the salary and benefits for the position. The general fund will be reimbursed by impact fees for the cost of that position's salary and benefits. This is a rare exception of impact fees being able to be used for something other than a capital project related to the level of service in its area. the state auditor has new requirements for impact fee tracking and compliance, which have a significant impact on the workload of the financial analysts in the city. So this position would be fully dedicated just to tracking and compliance under those new requirements.
Council, any questions on this one? Anyone want to call the question? Anyone?
Move that
Call
we
the
support.
question.
I move that we support. That we have a straw poll in support of this.
Okay. And to allow early advertising of the job posting. All right, show your feelings. That has unanimous support.
If there's time for one more, I know we're just a little past the time.
It's a quick one. It's
Yes.
not controversial. We're not talking about Foothills trails.
No, this is a insurance reimbursement. The authorization from the council is to accept the reimbursement and then make the payment to the third party. It's specifically about the D. Glen tennis bubble. In March this year, it was damaged. It was deflated, unscheduled deflation. It caused damage on the inside and the outside, including some electrical equipment. It has been repaired. The repair was paid for by the third-party operator who also maintains the site. It is owned by the city and insured by the city. And so this insurance reimbursement to the city, your authorization is for the payment to then go to the third party to reimburse them for it.
Council, any discussion on this? All right, someone call the question.
I move a straw poll to reimburse the tennis bubble of $23,634.
All right, and we're allowing expediting receipt
Yes,
and payment.
yes.
All right, show your feelings. That has unanimous approval as well. All right.
Chair?
Yes, ma'am.
Oh, thank
Go
you.
ahead.
I just wanted to request a placeholder in the budget amendment for my colleagues to be aware. There's confusion about the funding of the party car that I believe we had addressed during budget, but it seems there's still confusion. So to address the crime associated with the community events that don't go through the special events process, there may be a need to appropriate some funds to correct the misunderstanding. I'm working with the mayor's office and police department and will report back as soon as I can. So just wanted to let you know, okay?
All right, thank you, Councilwoman. All right, thank you both. With that, we have someone here, Jane Kim, for appointment to the Sister Cities Advisory Board. Jane, are you joining us online? We also have Stephen Burt for appointment to the City County Building Conservation and Use Committee. Stephen, if you're here, why don't you come on up and we'll start with you. While you're coming up, typically we give people a minute or two to introduce themselves, what your interest is in serving, and just tell us a little bit about yourself.
So, I'm an architect and a general contractor. I have interest in historic buildings. I've worked on a number of historic buildings, including the Governor's Mansion. Hi, Chris. We served on the Bar Commission together some years ago. And I just love old buildings, so I have just an interest in this. Yeah.
Thank you. Council, any comments? So
Steve's great.
So it's a really interesting time because we find us at a place where we all cherish this building incredibly, and we're faced with modern security issues and growing city. So thank you for being willing to tackle those difficult issues and to do so as someone who's donating time and energy to the city. We appreciate it and recognize that service like yours is invaluable to the city. So you'll be on a consent agenda this evening. You don't have to be present, but when we vote to approve, then you officially start your term.
Okay, great.
Thank you so much.
All right, thanks.
Is Jane Kim online yet for appointment to the Sister Cities Board? Do we see Jane in the participant list? All right. Well, if Jane gets here, we can get to her after. We're going to move into closed session. We will feed you, Councilwoman, I promise. But we're going to move into closed session right now for the purpose of a strategy session to discuss collective bargaining, session to discuss the purchase, exchange, or lease of real property, and for attorney-client matters. Can I get a motion?
Madam Chair, I move that we enter closed session for the purposes of a strategy session to discuss collective bargaining, to discuss purchase or lease of real property, and to receive advice of counsel.
Second.
I have a motion from Councilmember Mono, a second from Councilwoman Lopez Chavez. Any discussion? I'll roll call the vote. Young?
Aye.
Mono?
Aye.
Wharton?
Yes.
Lopez Chavez?
Aye.
Dugan?
Yes.
Pui?
Aye.
And I'm a yes. That is unanimous. When we return, we will still be in work session for the final discussion on our agenda. Our city attorney, Katie Lewis, is at the table. Katie, would you mind ushering us through our last issue, which is just a brief introduction on a much longer discussion on the council compensation ordinance? Thank you.
Absolutely. Thank you, Council Chair. In your budget adoption, the council adopted a legislative intent that it would be reviewing compensation for the council to make sure that it was equitable and also represented the market. The city attorney's office and council staff are evaluating our unique form of government and also various methods of compensating elected officials, and we will have more information for you on what we learn. We also know that there is a city ordinance that requires the council's compensation to be at least 25% of the mayor's compensation, so we will be looking at that aspect as well.
Thank you. Council members, anyone have anything that they're dying to put on the record, or are we at peace saying now that this is an ordinance evaluation that will be ongoing under the auspices and guidance of our staff and legal counsel? Anything else? All right. Thank you. All right, with that, we will move on. I think the vice chair had a really great report, but he walked away with her. Our newest council baby was here, but I don't have anything. Executive Director?
Thank you, Madam Chair, although I'm not that yet.
Deputy. Let's let you keep that title as long as you can.
Yeah. Let's see. The first item is a potential legislative intent that Councilmember Young is suggesting to clarify some very long and confusing, essentially paperwork mistakes on Redondo Avenue, which is in her district, and this would help the administration provide clarity. So this would be a similar thing on the agenda. Councilmember Young, if you want to speak to it.
Yes, I would just appreciate my fellow council members in supporting us. We're really just trying to get clear about this particular aspect of Redondo Avenue for the residents who live on it, and just have clarity related to it being a street or an alleyway so that we can move forward with traditional city services. So thank you.
So if the council is supportive, you will see that on a future council meeting, formal council meeting. The next item is looking for council members' recommendation for how to handle $60,000 of coronavirus response funding that was in your CDBG budget. SwitchPoint was originally awarded the $60,000 and they have not been able to use it. So in consultation with the chair, vice chair, some council members have suggested to restoring around half of that to Utah Legal Services, which was where some of that funding for SwitchPoint originally came from. Another option is that we could just put a placeholder in budget amendment number 1 and you guys could have a more robust discussion about it. There is some timing urgency just because of the spend requirements.
Which one is the most?
I'm in favor of option A.
Yeah, which one's the most expeditious for getting the money used?
Let me consult with Ben. I think option A would be likely the most expeditious, but we can, I'll confirm that.
Council, do you want to give a directive for the most expeditious, or do you want more information before you give them direction?
So I would like twofold, both expeditious and who can use it.
Okay.
Like, I would like to verify that that entity has the capacity to use that amount for an intended purpose that they applied for.
We have a follow-up discussion on budget amendment number 1 on the 3rd, so maybe we can include that information as part of that.
Thank you.
Mm-hmm. And then the last is an interest that was raised for ULI Urban Land Use Institute 2024 Fall Conference taking place in Las Vegas. This isn't one of the pre-approved trips in the council policy manual, but some council members have expressed an interest in attending. Council members Mono and Lopez Chavez. The standard process is just review and approve this in announcements.
Contingent, just like the last one, on us having a travel policy in place.
Yeah.
I'd like it before the end of the year.
Okay.
Agreed.
Yeah, I think I've already told both of them this, but I don't want to approve any more conferences until we have a policy in place.
Okay.
That's just my position, but sorry, guys. Love you, Mina.
I actually thought that's what everyone.
We need a straw poll for a count.
I think a straw poll would be helpful, just to clarify.
Who wants to call the question?
I propose a straw poll that we not.
Why don't you let Sarah do it? It's easier to vote on something that's affirmative.
So I was going to propose a straw poll that we support council members attending the Urban Land Institute Fall Conference that will take place at the end of October for those who are interested and available.
Show your feelings.
Okay.
All right,
Great.
that is 6 in favor with Wharton opposed. Thank you.
That's it.
All right. We, in 8 minutes, will be starting our next meeting. Please use the restroom quickly. Thank you.